Felicitations, my family of fledglings. The alarming thing about playing the game that we're playing tonight is it does not give me background music. Not innately. Depends on the area that you're in. We're playing obduction, not abduction, obduction tonight, as made by Cyan, the makers of Myst, all the Myst games. Hi, welcome. Professional disruptor at your service, Damien Holme. Hi, welcome. How you doing? You're looking gorge. Absolutely gorge tonight. I'm tired. Today has been a day, a very long, tiresome day. So if I go half-mast with my eyes, if my eyes are like this while I stream, like this, but I can still see. If I start to slur, if I start to say a word and then go, oh, that's not how that word is pronounced. Oh, let me try again. Let me repronounce that word for you. It's chronic fatigue in the works. Yesterday, I had come from a night of nice, good, surplus sleep. And then I had to tell the entire audience, I am not on any illicit substances that might speed up my cognition. I'm not caffeinated. I'm not doing any nose candy or anything higher sped up consciousness stuff. It's literally just me finally getting a good night's sleep. That makes me talk faster. When I am deprived of said sleep, like I was last night, and then I had a very long day today. Today? It's still today, right? Today was many acts, different phases of a day, and very exhausting. And that makes me talk slower and worse. I start to slur words and blink slower, and am not capable of playing the games that I'm playing very well. But that's why I have you, audience, who subtly hints me toward where I need to be going and what I need to be doing. And I appreciate you very much for it. Thanks for being here. We have a stream goal, which is only visible on the landscape mode streams. For those of you that are watching those, we're building funds towards a new webcam, because the webcam that I currently use predates me streaming. That's how old this thing is. It was just a webcam I bought for a computer that I know I needed to get into Zoom meetings for, and periodically submit audition material when I was a young budding actor, and it was not meant for the stream. I know I do exist. I'm alive, and I didn't fall asleep, I promise. I was getting stuff for tomorrow. We're building a taco bar. Did Oz tell you? We're going to a friend's house who also has kids that attend the elementary school that our kids attend, and we're doing a build your own taco thing. And so we're potlucking everything. So Oz and I are responsible for 1/3, because there's the family that's hosting the taco bar. There's our family, and there's one other family. So we are hosting 1/3 of the taco bar ingredients. And once I finally got my crotch goblin ready for bed, I dashed out to the stores. Of course, people are last minute Easter shopping, because that's a thing. And I managed to grab all the things we needed, plus inventoried those things in our kitchen that we already had, which is an important skill, so you don't get extra of something that you've already purchased and it's in the fridge or the pantry aging. You don't want to buy more of that. And yeah, we're doing a build your own tacos Easter. Is that normal? I don't care, really. It doesn't bother me if it isn't, but that is a thing that we're doing. Build your own tacos tomorrow. Yeah, there is a Damien head tonight. I always know what food I have at home. I tend to, but Oz does do some shopping when I'm not cognizant of what she gets, and then she puts it in the fridge and the pantry, and I don't necessarily know what we have.
What's wrong, Doug?
Already?
Another thing.
Hi, Jam.
I'm right as the mail.
Jam, I want you to know, yesterday we had a little tiff on how foods are classified as like flagship foods for a specific nutrient or ingredient, a vitamin or a mineral. And I want you to know you were featured in many conversations I had today in real life. I went to a craft market that Oz was selling her earrings and wares to. Hey. And my sister came over from another town. She's like 40 to 45 minutes away from us. Came over to hang out with us, help us set up Oz's Blood Moon Menagerie sales tent, and then we went and took the kiddos to the park so that they didn't have to hang out at the market the whole time, because that can get boring. And yeah, our conversation came up. I hope you know that every time you say something that's controversial to something I'm saying, or you combat me in some way, I like that. I'm appreciative of that. I like getting into debates where the stakes are basically non-existent. Like nobody's going to get really butthurt over the topic that we're talking about, but it's still an interesting thing to discuss. Like, you know, why certain people attribute certain foods and minerals together when they're not necessarily like the prime candidate for that kind of stuff. And it's to me, I get excited whenever I can debate one side of the argument, and sometimes I even just devil's advocate just so I can get into a debate just for funsies. Yeah. So yeah, it was a good small conversation we had for the fact that many people flagship foods that are not necessarily the predominant, the highest value vitamin or mineral for a given category, but we see them as such. And I think just there are certain foods that we misattribute, period. Nobody ever attributed carrots to rabbits until Bugs Bunny came around. And Bugs Bunny remade was it a Cary Grant scene? There's some famous actor in, I want to say like the 20s or 30s, who was eating a carrot in a scene. And Looney Tunes was like, we're going to do that. We're going to make our main flagship, I keep saying flagship tonight, our main character do that too, as a nod to that scene. And they made a bunny eat a carrot, the carrot root, not the carrot greens. And ever since that moment, Americans are like, oh, rabbits love carrots, the root part, not the green part. It just became that, you know, and cartoons are probably to blame for making the world believe monkeys eat bananas. In captivity, sure. I recently posted a short. It's a bit of an older clip from one of my live streams where I'm talking about the alpha and beta culture of like mostly the red pill and incel communities of humans, how they sort of try to create a wolf pack mentality. Well, you have these humans are like wolves, most humans are looking for their leader, and so if an alpha steps in, that's the leader human. They're the alpha human, and all the other humans are beta humans, and it works just like a wolf pack because humans and wolves are super related, which is not true. And then wolves do not have alphas and betas in the way that the incel community tried to sell to us. And then there's this idea of the sigma. According to my clip, I was really talking about sigmas at the time, and sigmas are like the people who reject the alpha beta setup, and they're just like lone wolves. They don't care about the pack. They're gonna live to the beat of their own drum. They're gonna be the iconoclast. And the alpha beta theory, the guy who made that theory realized that this was just something that happened with wolves in captivity for some reason, and that natural wolves don't have this. But then to make it more convoluted, they used the alpha nomenclature in wild wolves to talk about family structure. So a parent wolf, a father or mother wolf who leads their cubs and helps develop them and provides food, does the main hunts, and says, "This is what we do next," and the cubs listen. Those are also called alphas, but that's different. That's a separate rule set than the captivity wolves that were doing like a weird hierarchical structure that doesn't happen in the wild. It's really confusing and convoluted, but the ultimate answer is alphas, betas, and sigmas and all that stuff. That's a human construct that some people want to believe exists, but there's no basis of that in human society. There's no reason why we would ever follow wolf pack structure, and the wolf pack structure in the wild doesn't support these ideas. It's really just captivity wolves. It's a whole mess. Yeah. Let me let's catch up on chat, shall we? Taco Easter is an improvement on Easter. Thank you. It wasn't Oz or my idea. We have a friend who has kids that are of a proximal age to the crotch goblins. Uh-oh. Why is this making noise? And that friend decided that they were going to have Taco Easter, and we just came along for the ride. It's a fun thing. It wasn't our decision, but we like tacos, especially build your own. Marketing has a lot to do with it. This is true. Carrots had a marketing strategy during World War II? I want to say the British Army or Americans, or gosh, I'm really horrible at history. Somebody developed night vision and released a bunch of propaganda throughout Germany that said that their troops, either the UK or American troops, some troops were eating lots and lots of carrots. And because carrots have vitamin A, it was developing great eyesight. Which is true. There's beta carotene in carrots. It's not just a carrot thing. It's any food that's like red, orange, or that sort of color, especially vegetables. And in those foods, you can find beta carotene. Beta carotene converts into vitamin A in the body through digestive practices, and vitamin A can be supportive of eye health, but it doesn't let you see in the dark. But the propaganda sent throughout Germany, who was doing massive research in like occult practices and trying to find ways to develop the super troop, the super soldier sort of thing, so that they could win all the wars against all the other powers in the wars. They saw this propaganda and was like, "Oh crap, maybe we need to make a bumper crop of carrots and feed it to our soldiers so that they can also see in the dark." What was really happening is night vision had been developed. I forget which country developed the technology, And soldiers in World War II were some of the first people, I believe. You are my dad. It's an Oz. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Am I signing a little up for Gifted Camp this summer? If we're pulling the trigger right now, I say yes. That's my vote. What do you think? I'm thinking especially because of who else is in the class that she should join, and that we should, if we're gonna do a trip to the West Coast, it should come after Gifted Camp. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah. Anyway, so the whole idea of carrots let you see in the dark was war propaganda to make Germany believe that it wasn't technology that was helping soldiers see in the dark. It was just food. It's first come, first serve. I think it'll be very supportive of her interests and give the little someone or tiny someone a one time. Yeah, I agree. I like that. It's the cigar guy. Wait, who's the cigar guy? He pretends like he has a cigar, I thought. Oh, so yeah, there are some. So Bugs Bunny is also related to Bugs Malone, a gangster of the eras that precede Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies. And so there is some carrot as a cigar activity with Bugs as well. There's some of that too, but I think initially when they put a carrot in the hands and mouth of Bugs Bunny, I think it was a Cary Grant reference or somebody similar to that. I thought it was curious, George, even though he's not a monkey, who like first started the banana trend. I'm not sure. My best guess is so monkeys eat fruit in the wild. That's a given. They also eat insects and a lot of other things. They're omnivores, right? Like many primates are. So their diet's not so limited. But monkeys and bananas don't necessarily live in the same areas of the world. And the monkeys that are predominantly fruit eater monkeys, they don't necessarily choose bananas if they are near them. But in captivity, people had a wide access to bananas. They're an easy cultivar. They're easy to mass produce, make bananas everywhere and give to every grocery store. And so zoos were able to have bananas on hand. And do monkeys like bananas if you feed them bananas? Yeah, they're sweet, they're fruity. It's a win. Monkeys love bananas if you feed it to them. But a wild monkey out in their natural environment is not a natural banana eater. That's the thing. And that's what's kind of weird. We sort of associate bananas as like, oh, you're eating so many bananas, you're like a monkey. But the reality is monkeys don't naturally go for bananas unless humans are saying, hey, I've got this banana here. Do you want to eat it? And the monkey's like, sure, I'll eat whatever fruit you give me. Gods, that alpha thing drives me nuts. The guy who came up with that theory rescinded it himself as nonsense later in life. Yes, it was the guy who made the alpha theory a thing. He also continued to study wolves and decided, oh, this is not a real natural wolf phenomenon. It turns out wolves don't organize this way in the wild. Sorry. And then he spent like the rest of his life debunking his own theory. And yet people cling to his old theory, the one that he debunked for the rest of his life, as though it's still a thing. And in my little short that I posted, oh, thank you so much for doing that. Appreciate you, Sam. I didn't even know you were there until you did a ban. Until I posted a short about alphas, betas, and sigmas, I didn't think anybody believed in that theory anymore, because I even mentioned it as sort of like a thing that just doesn't really exist. And then a bunch of people were like, oh, alpha wolves do exist. And I'm like, but they don't, right? Like, you know the studies, I know the studies, or if you don't know the studies, do a quick Google search before you leave a comment on my video, and then we can talk about it. So I started asking them, like, hey, can you provide a source? And nobody was willing to give me evidence that they had a modern, non debunked version of alpha and beta Wolfpack systems, because probably they probably tried to do a web search and then were immediately debunked by any web service you do. And yeah, then they wouldn't combat me on that front. Anyway. Sigmas are the ones that raw dog airline flights. Wait, how do you raw dog an airline flight? I mean, do you just like go with no luggage? Is that what you mean? Because I've done that before. I can pack enough clothes for maybe up to a week in just one backpack and stuff that underneath the chair in front of me, and I'm good. Nothing in the overhead bins, nothing in cargo, and I'm good to go. I pack light like a Sigma. Raw dog airline flights, how would that work? It means you just sit in your seat not consuming any media. Oh, like you don't watch a movie or plug in your headphones to the in-flight entertainment or whatever. I mean, I've done that, but I carry my own stuff. Like when before phones had all this stuff associated with them, I had an MP3 player. This dates me, but yeah, this was before I owned a smartphone. I had an MP3 player. I just loaded it with a bunch of music. I plugged in my headphones to my MP3 player. I didn't need any in-flight entertainment. I just enjoyed music, and I read a book I brought with me. So I was reading a book and I listened to music, and nothing that the flight itself had to offer was worthwhile. I think the food at that point was pay to eat, and I'm not going to pay to eat airplane food. It's not that good. So I don't know. Does that make me Sigma? Other than the flight map progress, if you have it, I do like watching the flight map. But at the same time, it does sort of make, I feel like watching the map makes a flight longer because you're constantly aware of where you are in the path. Whereas if you're not aware, I feel like time passes faster. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Groucho Marx. Yeah, I guess Groucho Marx always had a cigar in his mouth, or for the most part. He do so he did a game show. Groucho Marx did a game show. Whose line is it anyway? No, I think that was something newer. He had a show, something with a duck. Is that right? Groucho Marx had a game show. And I think I heard the story from Oz originally, that there's a lady there who had like a whole litter of babies, whole litter of kids. And this was an outtake. They didn't include it in the original show. But they kept it. They put it on the cutting room floor, and then they preserved it later because it was just so funny. But yeah, Groucho asked the lady, it was like, so how many kids do you have? And she said something like 8 to 10 or something. It's some insane number of kids, especially for that era. It's like, how do you raise that many kids on whatever incomes they were capable of providing at the time? And he was like, lady, I like my cigar too, but I take it out every once in a while. Something like that was the line he said. Just a total shutdown of her constantly making babies. Yeah, it could. There might be some Bugs Bunny references to Groucho Marx. I do feel like he's got a bit of Groucho in him, and maybe the carrot, the way he uses a carrot in his mouth, is kind of like the way Groucho would use a cigar. was who I was thinking of. Are you sure? There's monkeys in South America. Yes, I don't know why it is. You can do some fact checking on me, but to my understanding, monkeys don't generally gravitate toward bananas specifically, and I don't know why specifically. Or maybe there's like an easier fruit to eat, or they like higher protein foods, or what it is. But it's my understanding that monkeys are not generally in the wild banana eaters. Or maybe if they have bananas or plantains, it's not their predominant diet. So to conflate the idea that, oh, bananas equal monkey food. Monkeys love bananas. Out of all foods, they love bananas. I don't know if that's really the case, you know. But feel free to fact check me on that one. Plantains are not necessarily bananas that grow in the wild. Bananas are like a cousin to plantains, right? Is that right? Plantains are more like starchy and not sweet, and bananas are more sweet and less starchy. Just sort of different stats for the same kind of fruit. Apparently, plantains are not food for wild monkeys. Ah, gotcha. Parker, good to see you. They technically do, but they are called parents. The alphas, yeah. So in the non-alpha, beta, sigma theory, just in the way that wolves organize in the wild, they still use the Greek alphabet to some degree, and they call the parents alphas and the children betas. But it's not the same idea. Like if you're thinking of the human concept, the incel or red pill concept of this is an alpha, this is what an alpha does. They win the girl, they get the better job, they assert themselves. The beta looks for the alpha in times of trouble. Like, oh no, somebody fell unconscious in the office. What are the betas going to do? They're going to look around and they're going to say, is there an alpha present so that they can tell me what to do? There's a whole conceptual mythos around the human concept of alpha humans and beta humans that they say happens with wolves. And it does not naturally happen with wolves. The parent wolf and the children wolf, they don't act the way that the incel culture swears there's an alpha, beta, sigma culture sort of thing. They're very disparate from each other. Yeah. Not consuming your own media either. All you can do is stare forward, maybe look at a flight map. Oh, what the hell? So there's a sigma passenger on an airplane that does nothing, that just stares straight ahead. I wouldn't want to do that. I couldn't hang. Flights are long and boring. You got to do something. Bring something to read. Do your own crafting. Are you going to be a writer or an artist, or like make something? Don't just stare straight ahead. Riel. Yeah, we were talking about raw dogging. We were. I can't believe that people do that. That they don't do anything during a flight. If I'm at a park with the kids, if I'm at home, if I'm sitting in the driveway while the girls are playing with bubbles, if I'm on an airplane, if I'm in a car and I'm a passenger, I don't just sit idle. Idle to me does not sound like Sigma. I would imagine the Sigma is always looking for a way to make more of themselves in a very individualistic fashion, not just be in their space and do nothing. That sounds like something not Sigma to me. I don't know what it is. Can't even look out the window. Wait, a raw dogger won't even look out the window? What is this? That's not alpha, beta, or sigma. An MP3 player? I know I'm ancient. When I flew to San Diego to move there, I brought a Discman. Nice. I'm so glad I'm not the only ancient person here. The human concept was inspired by a retracted concept that the initial researcher doesn't stand behind. Yes. Yeah, we were talking about that, Parker. The idea that the person who created alpha, beta, and the whole thing were and omegas, right? Omegas are like the outcasts of the wolf pack. That this is all just sort of a contrivance of wolves in captivity, but it's not a native instinctual component of natural wolves. Yeah. And so he spent the rest of his life trying to debunk the thing that he asserted. And apparently he failed in some circles. That's why it's hard to raw dog a flight. I wouldn't do it. I don't care. I wouldn't do it. My time is money, friend. I'm going to use the World of Warcraft goblin reference here. When I have free time, if you call it free, if I have time and I'm not, if it's not certain what I'm doing, I will find a thing to make myself busy, to make myself industrious. It's going to happen. I'm not going to stare straight ahead and not consume anything. I don't even know the merits of why anyone would do that at all. Never. What's the point? Why would anybody? The only reason I would raw dog is just to say I did it or to like record it and make it into content, I guess. Make a video. But what a boring video. You're not even doing anything. You're just staring straight ahead and not interacting with anything. To do what? To prove you can? Like a David Blaine magic trick? Like, look at how long I can stare straight ahead and not interact with my world without going insane. Although I think David Blaine's already a little insane. The alphas consider it a challenge. Oh, is it an alpha thing? Do alphas love to stare straight ahead and not engage with anything at all and just show everybody how internally perfect they are, that they can be completely alone without any interface or engagement, but it's okay because they're holistically complete. I've done that on short flights, stared straight ahead and not engaged with anything. I'd still read, I think, at minimum. I don't do anything for half the flight, but that's because I have a very easy time falling asleep. Oh, that's great. If you can fall asleep on a plane, I think that's a win because that's just free sleep. Like somebody else is doing the driving. You don't need to pay attention. You've got a personal driver. It's very rare, unless you're rich, that you could go from point A to point B. You make a travel happen, and you don't need to be productive. You can just pass out. And in its own way, that's productivity. You wake up and you're like, hey, that's less sleep I have to do later on my own time. I slept and moved thanks to somebody else who I already paid to do the work. Yeah, that makes sense. That to me is based as fuck. Now you're getting it. There are flights from our airport to Seattle that only take 30 minutes. I could do one of those. 30-minute flight to Seattle? I would do that. Yeah. If there are things to see in Seattle that you want to see. I'll zone out, continue my internal daydream storyline. I would say that you're already entertaining yourself in ways that the raw dogger might not. If you can do daydreaming, I don't know if that's the same thing as raw dogging the flight. I wouldn't really say that's productive. Is daydreaming productive? That's a complex structure there. I would argue that giving yourself time to daydream, ponder, wonder, pick things apart, put them together, create fantasy and fiction, create what-if scenarios, I would argue there's merit to those. And that while the intrinsic benefit might not be immediately observable, overall, you're enriching yourself somehow. Yeah. Damn right, free sleep is the best. Seriously. Yeah. I used to love when I got my first work from home job, being able to say like, hey, I'm going to go and like take like a 15-minute nap because nobody is going to ask anything of me in that time. Or if they do, 15 minutes is a reasonable amount of time to respond back to them. So I could take a 15-minute nap or a 15-minute bathroom break or whatever and come back and be like, oh, I got a direct message or an email or whatever. Now I can respond to them. And it totally feels like I'm answering in reasonable corpo time to respond. And I wasn't just doing a personal enrichment at the expense of that company. I no longer work for those companies. I'm now doing content creation as a full-time gig. So your follows, subs, and likes and reposts are all incredibly appreciated. But back when I did that, those little ways to gain from the system were wonderful. Speaking of which, I am going to take a quick bio break and we'll be right back and play some Abduction. Not a Myst game, but made by the same makers of Myst. So I'll see you in a very short minute. Bye.
I wonder if somebody clips what is going on. Will my voice stay deep? Or will everything like unphase itself? Makes you wonder. See, but you have to hit a button to do that. I've got Herma deep.
Oh,
That's what she said.
Yikes! Are you guys joining on me or what?
Goddamn dredging tool.
Hey, there's a note wedged in here.
Indy, I know you'll find this sooner or later.
What?
The Nazis have kidnapped me.
What?
They must have found something because it looks like we're leaving soon.
What?
Hurry, I need your help.
Is there a note in this?
Signed, Sophia.
Yeah. Did this seriously just happen? Did this seriously just happen? Sophia. You put your note in a shovel, Sophia. Okay. All right. What are we going to do? All right. Sophia.
Just do it.
Shoot her right in the...
Take the shot.
Right in the tit.
Take it. I want you to do it. I shoot you right in the left tit.
There, do it.
Wait.
Oh,
he missed.
ducked. He ducked.
You duck? It's still coming out of your mouth.
What?
Yeah.
Yeti, is there anything that when you are with somebody or sharing a household with someone, you insist on doing because you think it is a role that you absolutely need personally to take on?
Besides making porn.
Uh-oh.
I do that.
I like how tonight is also Make Yeti Blush Night.
Oh yeah,
Right.
It's always Meg Yeti blush night. Come on.
For real, like, who are we
I
kidding?
mean, look at that smile. How can you not resist that one?
I know, right? I mean, look at that.
And the head bob. Oh, it's
That's just
You've
cheating.
gone and scared him away.
I'm not.
Hi, we're back. We have 30 seconds until the people in the cheap seats come back to watch the stream. Let me make sure that everybody's whoops. That everybody's chat is working fine on across every stream. This one, maybe not so much. Can we stop and reconnect and hope that people are indeed engaging? I hope that's actually working right as it should. When we last left off in this game, Abduction, we entered this secret sanctum, which required a special code, which we got wrong at first and thought, well, we don't know how to get here yet. Oh, my body is right there hanging out in the doorway. And we were finally able to come down this pathway and open the path into this room. We have not explored this room. I said I was going to do it at the top of next stream, and here we are. Also, hi, Stuart. Where are the boobs? Please DM me what you've got. Cause, well, you're going to show me yours. But yeah, I always respond to that word. I've gone over 200 stream streak, but suspect it has been lost to the void according to Twitch. Yeah, that's just... It's a beta feature. That means they can say, well, the reason why it's not working so well right now is because beta... Yeah. Sorry. That's just how that thing do. Still working on Oz's stream. Oh, what are we doing on Oz's stream? Pray tell. Oh, doing the stream streak thing. About to hit 95. Nice. Yeah, stream streaks are really rude. They're really bad at what they do. There is a way to make myself run instead of walk, but I feel like this is constantly turning itself off. Where did it go? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Cursor mode, invert. Shrimp. Where's my auto run? Or where's my... I run by default and I hold the button to not. Because I thought it was here somewhere. Character, subtitles. Where are you? There's a setting for this. I know there is. I don't want to invert. I thought it was a setting thing. And I thought I naturally had it. Always run, caps lock. Oh, I just need to hit caps lock. I can do that. Speed is on run. Much faster. Much better. So we've officially unlocked this area, which is apparently a propaganda office for this guy who's trying to run for mayor or something. Joseph, what his name might be. Wow, 3 stream streak, Troa. Congratulations. 3 whole streams that Troa has not missed. We all know this is a blatant lie and that he's due way more than this. But at the same time, as I understand it, the higher up you go in stream streaks, you don't get more channel points. That 350 bauble channel point redemption or channel point reward, that's it. You just get that repeatedly. So it's not really... It's not a good system. Even though they implemented it, you could watch that number rise and it doesn't. It's not worth anything. Not just boobs. Oh, but I did post a muscle mommy on Pride. I'll have to check that out after stream. Maybe the last print I'm able to do for a while. Oh no, your printer is dying. What's going on? After he did it, it came back, but won't let me post. I'm at 194. Oh, lame. Congrats on the 194. I hope it actually sticks. If it's already bugging out now, I'm a little bit nervous for you, but hopefully it's working out okay. Although if it doesn't, who cares, man? It's like, whose line is it? Whose line is it anyway? Points. It does not matter. Let's find out about Joseph. Let's investigate his area. There's lots to read, lots to see. There are backer reward items here too. Whoever Joseph is, he's apparently trying to win some sort of election. Oh yeah, it's mayor. Joseph for mayor. Let's find out what we have here, shall we? Not sure what happened, but the screen that lets the black light shine through. Is that a thing for your printer? Is that for resin specifically? Like, what does the black light do? I'm so curious. I thought most of what you did was just like regular 3D printing, but I don't know anything about blacklight usage. Can we climb up this? Maybe not. Dead pixels about the size of a nickel. That's a lot of dead pixels. What the? Damn. Is it still under warranty or like what can you do? That's a lot of dead pixels. Okay. Shall we go from left to right? I feel like this is important. Mr. Mayor, is this Joseph as the mayor, or is he writing to the mayor, the current mayor? We'll have to find out. Mr. Mayor, at your behest, here is the information pertaining to the Bleeder. What is that? Its history and some of the engineering behind it. The Bleeder project was designed and built at the request of Mayor Sims. This must be a different mayor than the mayor that we're talking about. Otherwise, why they would just use you at the request of you, at your request. At the request of Mayor Sims to collect and dissipate the ever-increasing power in the entire ecosystem. That's weird. Mayor Sims was reluctant to allow the system to come to fruition as he and others had become suspicious of Mayor Farley's death. He believed that without knowing more precisely what would happen to the cell wall at fruition, it was ill-advised to allow it to possibly open, thus allowing what might be outside in and what might be inside out. Okay. The system has the capacity to throttle all 4 connected worlds. That's us, the bugs, what's the other world that we've gotten almost no capacity or almost no progress in with the messed up door? Oh, that's only 3 worlds that I know of. And then I guess the world outside of all of ours? The world of the trees, maybe, or something else. The idea, as you are well aware, is to suppress the ecosystem power and thus inhibit full maturity of the trees. Why? Why are you upset at the trees? It was postulated and since became apparent that this suppression will keep whatever unknown maturity process from happening and grant us direct control over tree fruition. Oh, shit. They're trying to flip the script on the trees that consume or that brought them into the different spheres in the first place. Interesting. This is 1 of 2. So is this the other one 2 of 2? Yeah, it is at the bottom there. Stuart says the resin printer. Oh, this is for resin. Gotcha. So the UV, is that what cures the resin? Resin printer works with a super powerful black light that shines upward. It uses a screen that selectively lets bits of it shine through. Interesting. The spot no longer lets any light shine through. I suspect there was an issue where something, fell into the vat during a print and caused it to press hard into the screen. That sucks. Can you look up how to fix a resin shield against the UV light or something? What do you do? How do you fix that? Anyway, looks like some sort of... Oh, this looks like the one tower with all the wires that dangle into nothing. The rate of dissipation is sensed and regulated automatically. The power is collected through Villain engineered extruded cables that attached directly to the dome membrane. So they weren't just floating, they were touching the edge of the dome and getting something out of it. When the maximum power level is exceeded, the dissipation phase is triggered, creating an electrical charge followed by a discharge into the water. Ugh, scary. Through electrolysis, an amount of hydrogen and oxygen is generated. We captured some of these elements for our own use, but the great majority is released into our atmosphere. Is that safe? This gassing might be a cause for concern were it not for the ecosystem's ability to filter and maintain our atmosphere at near ideal levels. So the trees that captured you are also filtering the air. So you doing this weird experiment and messing with the air, they'll adjust for that, is what I'm guessing. Excess H&O content and pressure generated by the process is rebalanced quickly by the membrane. As you know, we discourage swimming when the bleeder is operational because you'll probably die, right? Regards, CW, our friend, the one guy we've met in video conference, right? Something like that. Interesting, I suppose. Stuart says, I've had to fix this printer once before. It's a bit of a pain. The replacement part is over $120. The printer in question is on sale for around $360. Damn, that's an expensive fix, given the printer. I'm biting the bullet and just using tax return money to get a new one. A whole new printer might be better. Maybe you'll avoid having all of these fixes come up in a newer version. And hope I can con them into sending a replacement part at the same time. Interesting. This game can easily be summed up with the word interesting. I feel like the world build, Sean, is like pretty good. They've got this interesting like sci-fi idea of you have this tree race of creatures, and they, for reasons unknown, are grabbing interesting sentient creatures across multiple planets and bringing them into these biospheres. I don't know that it's to study them so much as maybe it is to harness something within them. And so the biosphere we're in is exclusive to Earth and exclusive to humans, it seems. Although, you know, we have other stuff coming through, like this dry grass and shrub trees and stuff like that. All the Arizona stuff is coming through. It's not just humans. But then, yeah, I feel like we're being exploited. The other races are being exploited. And then the whole, you know, what do we do in the meantime? Are we happy captives and we just help out the aliens? Or do we pair up with the other captive folk and figure out some way to screw the trees over? Seems like the latter. There's the big tower there with the wires that are touching the edge of the dome, I suppose. Yeah, it's just a very interesting thought experiment as far as like the world build. I'm less interested in the stories in the puzzles and the gameplay, and I'm more interested in just like, well, what the hell are we going to do going forward? What's the MO? What have the people and other alien peoples all decided that they're going to do? That part's kind of cool, right? All the puzzles are intriguing as well. So far, they've been okay, I guess. I know the answer, but I won't spoil. Thank you. Okay, so we've read those. Let's see what else we can kind of figure out in Joseph's area. There's also this lower area here. There's lots of propaganda for Mr. Joseph. Oh, mayors. Here we go. Luther Roscoe. We're relating in terms of, is H. What was the name of the lady that we met? What's her name? I forget. It started with an H though, didn't it? So Luther is like, oh, Hunrath? Oh, maybe it's just Carl. Carl's the Hunrath guy. God, people really live for a long time. Or these aren't years. They're like days or something like that. So you've got this Luther Roscoe guy before Hunrath times. Carl Hunrath is like their Jesus-y figure. Have you tried the firmament? I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar to me. John Farley, Benjamin Sims, Caroline Farley, Caroline Farley, and Joseph, this guy who apparently won the election, I guess. Joseph Pieter, Joseph probably. If he's a Janssen, then he's a Joseph. Joseph Pieter Janssen. Yeah, I feel like these must be days, or they live many, many years because of the nature of their captivity. Oh, it's a different game. It's another puzzle adventure game. No, I definitely haven't played this one. Same people who made Myst, I believe. Another interesting story to puzzle out. I'll have to check it out. Might be worth my while. So now we can open this door. Yeah. This is the one that leads to the roundy thing, I imagine. Yep. There you are. There's roundy puzzle thing. We're going to have to figure that out at some point. What we have to do is get here in the other world with the spin at just the right angle so that this staircase leads us to the platform we need to get to. But this is... I'm already tired just thinking about what we have to do. Like spinning this in this world, then testing it in the bug world. It's a lot. We'll figure it out, but not right this second. What else do we have here? Oh, hi. Warning. Oh, this is the same warning as everything else. Do not approach anything that even remotely resembles this diagram unless it has been disabled. It just looks like a rock. But it wasn't a rock. That's a backer reward item. For so-and-so got scratched out. May all your doors stay open. It's just it's a doorstop. Cool. Backer items. Backer items. It's the compass. I wish they would say who the backer was. Another compass? Why? Wouldn't it, if you paid money, wouldn't you want your name on the item that gets put into the game? Missouri. Well, I bet that's not a name. What about this? Backer item? Oh, actual lore. Cool stuff. What doesn't make sense, at least to me, is that all these puzzles were made by the inhabitants of these biospheres. Right? Where did all the materials come from? That does seem weird, right? I feel like that was one thing that they resolved in the Myst games because they could just write that stuff into existence. Oh, there's an abundance of iron on this planet, and it turns out I can harvest it and use it for all of my metal gears and levers and everything, and I have a smithy somehow, or I can smith it myself. They made the worlds what they needed to make all the crafting happen. But in this world, where does all the late tech come from? Not the stuff that got transferred over, but the stuff they made out of it, right? 17125H after Hunrath. Special Council Session 2 discussed final approval of Farley's plan with regard to the imminent attack. Oh, this is getting close to the attack. The full council vote was unanimous, and I gave my final approval. Preparations update. Farley says that tunneling is almost complete. What tunnels? FAM informs us that the Villains just completed their construction and have started testing. Interesting. 1 year later, or 1 day later, depending on how the time frame goes on this, Special Council Session 12. No one attended. I will inquire as to reason for their absence. Then one number higher than that, it appears that the council members feel like we're having too many meetings. Now I feel like this is kind of like a 1 day. Like each one of these is 1 day. Since the plan has been approved, perhaps we can reduce our meetings to every 2 days for now. Yes, it is. It's days. While I was asking Cecil about his absence, I also inquired about securing the tower area. Is that where we are now? 1 day later, even though they said they're going to do 2 days between meetings, Special Council Session 13, Cecil will provide a new key code for the lower lock in the next few days. Cecil was concerned about any survivors not having access. So it was decided that we would conceal the code in Farley's house and give the residents the location as they were being chambered. Chambered? I also had him change the upper tower access code. Interesting. A clue to that code has been placed under the direction of our first mayor. What? Is he still alive? I'm so confused. In Mist 4 Revelations, you can skip Haven. Interesting. If you know things, but not Spire. Out of the two ages, I was just talking about Mist 4 today, literally today. My sister didn't know, and so I was filling her in, that the fan theory that we developed while we were playing that game is that the very squeaky sounds you make while sliding through the crystal slide, I forget which world that is. Sirius's world, I think. You're sliding through a crystal tube. It's all glassy and slick. You make a skin on glass sounds that we that day made the fan theory that Mistman, the character you're playing in all these games, is Donald Ducking. He probably has a shirt on for modesty's sake, but he does not have pants because when you slide down that tube, he makes lots and lots of skin on glass slidey sounds, like his butt cheeks and thighs and everything are just rubbing it up. That was Inspire. Oh, gotcha. Out of the two ages, Spire is the one I want to skip, while Haven is fun. So Spire is the crystal territory. I liked the crystal territory more than the one with all the animals and wild and jungle and everything. I didn't like the jungle nearly as much. I don't know why. I think, I've kind of always liked Sirius more than Aknar. And I'm not sure why that is. A sense of order and motivation, maybe in the earlier games especially. Aknar felt a little more wild, where Sirius felt a little more... Like, they both felt evil in Mist 1, but Aknar felt like chaotic evil, while I feel like Sirius felt like lawful evil. And I have a personal appreciation towards lawful anything. Lawful good, lawful neutral, and lawful evil. Spire also doesn't make sense because it was meant to be a prison, so where did Sirius get all this stuff to make its equipment? Yeah, that part. I mean, they both have pretty wild environments, but they both found ways to tame them, and Sirius made a lot of stuff out of a world that should be bereft of help for him. You have to do Spire to get the color code solution. I don't remember what the color code was. It's random every time, but Haven, you only need to know how to make the snake fly away. I remember that. Yeah, that's important. At only like one part later on. And you're like, oh, this is the whole reason you did Haven, is just for the snake flying away bit. I learned it, and now I did it, and now I'm done. And now that was the whole reason why Haven existed. Kind of cheapens the experience. Okay, we're only one more day down the line. 17129 AH. I have decided to bring some of the more important mayor's logs with me for chambering, specifically the initial Hunrath log, and then the logs that document the history of our conflict with the Mofang. I would think we would have an extra chamber available for historic documents. But do you? One more day later, Special Council Session 14. Only Tham, it's not Tham, it's Tham. Only Tham attended. He informed me that because of the dire circumstances, the others were either extremely busy or not inclined to have long discussion about the situation. I told him I would suspend the regular Special Council sessions and we would simply meet as the need arose. And then there's another entry for the very next day. Of course. Mist 3 Exile is the best designed game. I fully agree. 100% agree. Mist 4 I thought was beautiful and I liked the worlds that they made, but I also felt like once you finish the last world, the one with all the like elements bubbling up from the ground sort of thing, and you finally get to like the Akinar and Sirius area, like that is where the story begins. The place where you start, that's like their home or whatever, I feel like that's really like a prequel not a prequel. It just feels like a prologue sort of area. There's not a lot to do. It's kind of like a tutorial session, and then you just learn a bunch of retcon shit. Like the two areas, Spire and Haven, just feel like we're gonna retcon the suns for you so that you don't feel the same way you used to feel about them. So they do a bunch of retconning, and they give you, some special lesson that you get from each one. And then you go to this new world, and it's confusing and hard, and I didn't like it that much. And I don't feel like you learned a whole heck of a lot there. And then you find Sirius, Aknar, and their sister, whatever her name was, starts with a Y. And that feels like the real story, the actual conflict of Myst 4. Near the end of the game, the main story, which is generally about H's family in the first place, right? The big conflict is, hey, we've captured our sister and we're going to force this event to happen. And then you're like, wait, hang on. I've got my own ideas to share here in this moment. And then you change the course of events with your actions. The real meat of the story is 20 minutes or less. And everything leading up to that part was not really consequential to the mythos of the world so much, in my opinion. Or it tore down old mythos and replaced it with new mythos, all of which was not that interesting or important in the first place. But Myst 3, great game, great characterization, great enemy. The puzzles were pretty well done. What was the one with the marbles? Amateria, is that right? That age was the best age to ever come to a Myst game. Myst 4, Uru, 5 didn't do better than Amateria. Mysts 1 and 2 did not do better than Amateria. That the Marble Madness age was the best age to have ever happened to a Myst game. The other ages in Myst 3 were okay, but not great. They were problematic, especially the tree was problematic. It definitely had some pixel hunt to find your way through the mission sort of components. But the villain, whatever his name was, the guy that did the voice of Chucky in Child's Play, he was phenomenal, and Amateria was phenomenal. Yeah. Myst 3 is the only one where foreknowledge doesn't let you skip anything. Oh, I like that. Yeah. As a kid, I couldn't decide which brother seemed good and innocent. No, they're both awful. As an adult, it's so obvious that neither one makes sense. If Akinar was sane and good before being imprisoned, he clearly went insane while being imprisoned. Right, definitely. Well, Sirius didn't change. Or Sirius? Is it Sirius or Sirius? I forget his name. Sirius? Didn't change under the exact same circumstances, which means he was always insane, just in a different method. Yeah, they're both pretty awful in different ways. Amateria, yes, best exit from an age. Oh, yeah. The exit is the best part. Not only were the puzzles sane and sensical and they actually had rationality to them, you did not need to know external knowledge to beat Amateria, which that's an important function to me in a game. I recently posted a short on my socials complaining about needing external knowledge to solve for something. But besides that, all the puzzles were actually rational. They required you to think about the world in regular ways to solve. But on top of all of that, Amateria also had a celebration at the end. And I don't feel like that was common in Myst. When you beat an age or you solved a particularly hard puzzle, the game didn't help you celebrate. You just moved on to another area. And they hoped that you exploring the world was enough celebration that when you beat something really hard, they hoped that was enough gift for you, which I don't think it was. Because once they gave the Amateria celebration, I realized I want this for everything I solve. And it hasn't happened yet. Yeah. Since it's not really a puzzle, just annoying. Oh wait, I skipped something. I only dislike the ring puzzle. Oh yeah, it's kind of annoying. Brad Dourif, that's the guy. Saavedro, yes. Brad Dourif was fantastic. He did a great job. People doing the cinematic parts as live actors in games, I feel is pretty hit and miss. And this is coming from somebody who I've played through the Remedyverse games now. Late. I came to those games late, but thanks to Stuart, he introduced me to them. And the actor plus voice actor for Alan Wake, first of all, very convoluted that they would do this. And then in Alan Wake 2, to make it even more convoluted, the actor who plays Alan Wake also voices a character that he also plays visually. So he visually plays Alan, who's voiced by another voice actor, and then visually plays another character that he personally voices. That's complicated. And then in Control, you have the one actress, I don't know her name, but she was a soap opera star, and it kind of shows. I feel like all the acting is kind of like, it's okay. The thing is, the Remedyverse games, the stories are so interesting and weird and just Finnish. I'm Finnish, American. And I love them for just being like weird Finnish stories. And Finland is just a weird, crazy place full of witches and witchcraft and swamps and cold. It's a weird country. It's a weird part of the globe. But the stories are really good for both Alan Wake and Control. I never played the Max Payne games. I don't know if they're worth playing, if I should go back and do them. But live actors in a game, I feel, are generally a little bit lackluster. And as much as I love the Remedyverse scripts, I feel like the acting is like, it's okay. But Brad Dourif was great. He was way better than most actors I've seen in a video game. He demanded that part. Good for Brad. They didn't beg him. He begged them. That's cool to know. That's very exciting. Good for him. Yeah. I learned something about the Predator movie. Oh, nice. The voice actor for Optimus Prime is the one who created the voice of the Predator. Badass. He's got a great voice. He's one of my favorite voice actors of all time. As soon as he saw the face, he remembered a moment in his youth where he saw a horseshoe crab upside down taking its last breaths. And that sound stuck with him. Jeez. Then became the voice of the Predator, passing on his childhood trauma to a whole generation of moviegoers. He saw the death throes of a horseshoe crab, and he's like, if I have to suffer this core memory, you all have to suffer it. I'm going to make it the voice of an alien that will live forever in the core memories of a generation or 3 or 4. Good shit. I love stories like that. Thanks for sharing. Okay. Where are we? Oh, 131. I paid a visit to Farley today. I asked her to check on the availability of a chamber for the documents. I need to find this chamber. 4 days later. Wow. Okay, so we were doing day, but now we've had a bit of a lapse here. I spent the last few days collecting documents. I've divided them into 2 categories, chambered and vaulted. What does that mean? The vaulted are less important, but obviously worth making an effort to save. They can be moved into Farley's vault area. The vaulted category will also include any books that we've managed to collect through the years. Okay. 2 days later, with less than a week remaining before chambering begins, the population is tense. We've had several town hall meetings to try to answer any questions, but the realities of the current situation make it difficult to assuage fears. One day later, oh, hang on. The clicking was its legs flailing around, trying to turn itself over. Oh, poor thing. And the gurgling sound was its failing breaths. Oh, he just imitated that as the voice, and it was chilling and perfectly fit the face reveal. That's so sad. What a traumatic experience. But trauma really embeds itself in our hearts. It doesn't matter if it's not a loved one or something that personally affected you. A proper, healthy human is very empathetic and connected and eusocial. And to see something like that happen to somebody else or some other animal, that can really affect you at its core. And it's wild that became the voice of something so iconic and famous. Jeez. I would have loved to have learned that he helped the crab. Yeah, but that tidbit wasn't included in the lore dump. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. But at the same time, you probably don't want to know too much about the people that are like great actors or musicians or artists. I feel like there's something in great art, whatever medium that takes place in, that great art happens to stem from bad trauma, bad life experiences, bad substance abuse, just really crazy lives. And so the less you know about your favorite art or music or whatever it happens to be, maybe the better, unless you can set that stuff aside and say, hey, this person had a really awful life and it was too short and it was awful and I feel bad for them, but they generated fantastic art. If you can make that distinction and say the art is great, but I don't advocate for the person, that might be all you need. I know some people feel a little bit of a litmus test when it comes to artists. Like, I wish they had my values, and if they don't, I kind of want to cancel them. But I feel like my favorite art comes from awful people that I don't want to meet, I don't want to know, I don't share values with, but God damn it, they make some fantastic stuff happen in this world. I mean, he was a dumb kid at the time, so I wouldn't hold it against him if he didn't help. Maybe he was somewhat phobic about crabs. Maybe. We were just playing a game last night that talks about crab phobia. And simply couldn't force himself to touch it, for all I know. That's fair. Yeah. I've definitely been a lame kid who had certain hang-ups and fears about doing certain things, especially with certain exotic animals. So, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Okay, we left off on, 17-138. Farley has informed me that there is one final confirmation from Chavar. Is that right? If Farley doesn't hear from her by the end of 3 days from now, then there is no turning back. There's an odd justice to Farley's plan in that whatever the Mofang bastards sent to kill us will be returned back to them. What does that mean? How does that work? Returned back? 2 days later, Special Council Session 15, a special meeting was called to go over the plans for the final time. Farley had several instruction sheets to distribute the Mofang weapon illustration, a list of all souls that will be used as a basis for the chambering manifest. What does that even mean? And a thorough summary of the battle plans. These will be distributed as necessary. No word from Chavar. Interesting. I'm somewhat phobic about snakes. Who isn't? I know some people like having snakes as pets, but also those people, one, pick specific snakes to make as pets, because you can't just pick a crazy, venomous snake and know nothing about it, or make that your first pet. You know, it's like you level up toward that if you're interested in having a venomous creature. But most people, I think, are just naturally concerned because snakes can actually do some major damage to human beings, unfortunately. I dodged a snake once in my life. It was a weird situation. I don't know if I could ever replicate it again. I believe it was luck at best. I'll tell that story. I'll finish reading your chat and then I'll tell the story of how me and a snake survived that day. The snake survived too. I don't know that I necessarily would have done anything awful to the snake, but we both survived that day. So phobic about snakes and to a lesser degree spiders. There's nothing unnatural about that. So I couldn't force myself to assist a snake directly. I don't know. I think if the snake was being like attacked by another creature and I felt like I could stun or scare off the other creature, would I do it? Depends. Creatures also predators need to live and prey need to be food sometimes. So are snakes prey for some animals? I think so. I think there's some raptor birds that eat snakes. And would I try to save the snake and then starve the raptor? Hard to say. I feel like I'm a trolley problem solver. You all know what the trolley problem is. If you don't, go look it up. I'm a trolley problem solver by abstaining most of the time. And that would be definitely the case with most nature scenarios. Is there a spider or a snake and is something happening to it? Or are they doing something and is there a prey and a predator and is somebody going to eat something else? My general instinct is nature will take its course and I'm going to leave it alone, really. Yeah. Okay. Couldn't force myself to assist a snake directly, even knowing it wasn't venomous or prone to biting, but I would at least try to find someone with a spine to help instead. That's pretty social though. You know, if you know you're not a snake person, but you're around other people and you just yell like, hey, is there a, what's the word? Hematologist? That sounds like blood. What's the word for snake? Studying snakes. Let's find out. I want to figure this out. The study of snakes. Hema? Oh God, I'm in QWERTY. Study of snakes. QWERTY is such an awful. Herp, right? It's not hemo. Hema is blood. Herpetology. Or specifically, and I didn't know this, ophiology. Interesting. So yeah, you study herpetology or ophiology, and you're probably more prone to solve these sort of problems than I am. So I'd be like screaming, "Help! Is there a herpetologist in the house?" Or does anybody like snakes a little bit more than me? A modicum of more snake love than I have. Please come and help me in this scenario, because I don't want to do it myself. Okay, we finished this page. Is there another page? Boop, there is. Wait, how many days later? 1 day? 1 day. 1 day later, Farley tells me that there will be at least one chamber available for historic documents. Where is that? Any other extra chambers will be loaded with emergency provisions and medications in case either Hunrath or Marai are completely destroyed. No word from Chavar. What does that mean? Keep saying that. 1 day later, no word from Chavar. Death is on our doorstep. Curse the Mofang devils to hell. 1 day later, I am leaving to be chambered. This journal will remain here to inform any future souls of what our last days were like. But there is no more information. Damn. It's cold. What happened with the Mofang? I wonder. Whatever happened, it happened. Dark story. Trolley puzzle is a fair choice to abstain from choosing. I mean, it depends. It depends on your interpretation of sin. So there are some religious or moral frameworks that say sin by commission is the worst sin that you could have. So in other words, you commit to a sin, you pull that lever, you're committing to one person's life ending with the trolley coming down the tracks. You committed. If you didn't touch the rail, you were not active. If you touched the lever and you adjust the rail, you're active in the story. That's an issue. That could be an issue. But there's also the sin of omission. I believe this is at the heart of Islam, but there are also probably other religions or philosophies that follow this idea. And that is, if somebody's going to fall off a cliff and you could raise a hand and grab them real quick so that they don't fall, but you don't do it, that's a sin. You've missed the mark. That's not the right choice. And same thing with the trolley. If you can adjust the lever, you have that permission to do so. And you can reduce suffering or create the minimal amount of harm in the scenario. It's your moral obligation to step in and actively act upon the world. If you don't actively act upon the world, your passivity is itself the greater sin. It's an interesting fight between, if I don't do anything, I'm technically not as responsible as I could be, versus I have potential and I didn't take it. And me ignoring my potential is its own sort of failure, right? Anyway, should you choose the lesser number to die, they might include the person who can cure cancer. True. Should you let the larger number die, they might all be old folks on the brink of death anyway. And of course, the trolley problem doesn't give you that information, because then you have new variables with which to make it easier to make those decisions. Yeah. There's not enough information for you to make a choice. I agree. So letting things stand is just saying that the choice itself is above your pay grade. Yeah, I kind of feel similarly in that regard. I feel like when a scenario is lacking information, and of course, because the trolley problem is just a philosophical issue, right? You can't ask for additional details. The person that says, here's your scenario, and you say, okay, what do I know about the people on the tracks? They're not going to give it to you, because that's external to the premises of the problem. You're supposed to act on your lack of knowledge, or don't act based on, what works best. And I feel like having a lack of knowledge is enough reason to not commit to anything. If you really don't know what you're going to be doing or enacting, if you step in and randomly cause new outcomes to happen, maybe don't do it unless you have real information. Here's a great example. I think it was somewhere in the Eastern Horn region of Africa. That would be Somalia or Ethiopia or something like that. The United States said, we see a famine situation in this area. We're going to drop supplies for the people in this region and try to help their food shortages and do some good for the outcomes of your average citizenry in this area. I don't know all the details, but I remember studying this in my poli-sci class. And maybe we should look this up just so I have the full information on this. The punchline of the story is the U.S. dropped a bunch of formula. Formula? Not. Oh, yeah, it was formula, which the moms of babies fed to their kids. And then the kids didn't get like proper immunity or sustaining against allergies and everything. All the good stuff that you get from breast milk versus formula. Now that I'm telling this story, maybe it really was a propaganda against formula. Let's find out if there's any truth to this. We'll do some actual research and see what the truth is. USA. Oh, God, QWERTY. USA. I know I have caps lock on because of the auto run thing. Airdrop supplies East Africa
You are
problem.
You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Do I want 1 a.m. nudes? You're gonna make yourself stay up a little bit later to digest them, because I feel like if in the next hour you lie down and you're gonna put yourself, into a sleepy or restorative sort of state, the broth and I feel like it would, for me, it would like push against my whatever sphincters that hold food down and like try to come up, because it would be too much too late, given that it's 1 a.m. That wouldn't necessarily make me not want to have them, but I'd weigh how much I really have a craving for something that I really shouldn't have at this hour versus how badly do I want to sleep without physical discomfort and distress. I don't, it's complicated. You have such hunger. Would there be maybe a more neutral thing? Could you do maybe like miso? Do we still have more miso soup? Something that's a little more on the neutrality side. That's still kind of acidic, but it has like the seaweed and the tofu. I feel like it's like a little bit better. Yeah. If I recall the scenario correctly, the people in the trolley will die if you don't change the track. Yes, 5 people in the traditional trolley problem. 5 people are on the track and the trolley will run over them. But there's a switch. You're at the switch. You can flip the switch and the trolley diverts and the 5 people are saved. However, on the other track you've just diverted to, there is a single person on the track, and you have now committed the sin of that person will not survive. Whereas if you left the switch alone, you technically didn't cause the 5 people to be tied to the tracks. So what happens to them was not directly your fault unless you believe in the sin of omission, i.e., you had the capacity to save them and you opted out. Yeah, that's the real philosophical conundrum. The people on the trolley will die if you don't change the track because there's a dead end on the track. But if you do switch the track, you send the trolley at a small number of people. Yeah, just one. Perhaps just one that won't be able to get off the track in time. Yeah. That has like almost no substance. Oh, miso? It doesn't, but it's fluid and it's something additional to the fluids, like a little bit of salt. And I mean, you could also have like a body armor or something. It's got some other electrolytes. It's not going to fill you the same way, but at the same time, it will give your belly some sense of fullness and give you some vitaminic and mineralic sustenance, maybe to just get you through to the place where you go to bed and pass out, and then you get yourself a big breakfast, i.e. the breakfast that we were not able to give the girls today because we ran out of time. Yeah, I don't know. Or make nudes, but I feel like it would impede your sleep. Tofu is a plant protein. Yes. So it actually lasts a while. So it will stave off hunger much longer than its mass would suggest. There you go. Listen to Sean or don't. You're an adult. You can make this choice. Okay. Do we do... I feel like this doesn't say what I wanted it to. 70s? Oh, can we say 1970s? I think this is what we wanted to research. Can we just look at the research article real quick? Ooh, this just a skosh. Give me this article. Research. Why did the U.S., a close ally of Israel, opt for airdropping humanitarian aid instead of prioritizing a political solution to facilitate humanitarian assistance delivery? This is in the 70s. During operations known as Authentic Assistance and King Grain in the 1970s, the United States executed one of the largest humanitarian airlift operations to provide aid to famine-affected regions in Africa, such as Mali and Chad. Oh, that's very west. I thought we were talking about like the Horn of Africa. Well, Chad is very central. Mali is West Africa, but not coastal. These operations were primarily in response to restrictions imposed by host states and warring parties, hindering aid organizations' access to affected populations. Concurrently, the United Nations also attempted to deliver humanitarian assistance through airdrops alongside similar operations conducted by national air forces. However, the effectiveness of these airdrops has been widely questioned due to concerns that this method often fails to ensure aid reaches its intended recipients. Because it's airdropped, right? That's a problem right there. Additionally, it is both costly and hazardous. This is not exactly what I was looking for. Can we say formula? Stupid. Formula. Give me the information I wanted. Not Gaza. We're looking at... Somebody told me about old Somalia or Ethiopia. USA gives formula to, let's say, East Africa airdrops. Yeah. Not in 2024. Historically, when was this? 1980s? 1970s? Oh, 60 to 78? Maybe this is it. No, that was Congo. I don't know. I don't know how to find this out. Maybe you all can find this out for me. I just remember hearing, like, the U.S. tried to give formula to countries facing famine in Africa. And then we ended up creating this whole problem because what we should have done is feed the moms so that they could generate the milk so that they could then feed their babies themselves. And instead, we tried to just feed the babies, and it ended up being a whole problem. We didn't research the situation enough, and we fucked up because we tried to help, but minimally, and our lack of research bit us in the butt. I think that was the situation. But now I can't find exactly what happened because I don't remember enough of the details to research it. Yeah. I have a cure for sore throats. Can you tell that my throat is, that I'm losing my voice? I feel like this has been in the last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, probably 3 weeks, that if I'm particularly exhausted and I'm slowing down in my speech and I'm having trouble articulating my words because I am like getting so tired on stream, that my voice also starts to fail. My higher registers start to dissipate and my lower registers get scratchy. and I start to just like almost have no voice by the end of my stream. I don't know if I'd call it a sore throat though. But something is happening to my voice on these streams where I haven't gotten enough sleep the night before. Well, there's more than one, but I only suggest the one I mentioned. Spicy hot V8. That sounds good. At room temp. I generally drink all my drinks at room temp, so that works. One can worth will kill the bacteria lining your throat. Interesting. Which is what's causing the soreness. It will subside for the majority of the day with just V8, really? V8 cans are usually pretty small too, right? Not as small as I just did with my fingers, but they're like smaller than other stuff, right? And will not come back as badly. Repeat till it stops entirely. The alternative is anything 100 proof. That's the one cure that I've been granted before. I was in Mexico and I got a pretty bad flu or something like that. And like every place we stayed, all the friends that we met, they kept wanting to like bust out their like special tequila. They're like, oh, I have this thing. We only open this bottle when somebody is really, really sick or we're celebrating something really big. And we're not celebrating anything big today, but D, you're sick. Have some tequila. And they would just, I don't know, they give me somewhere between 3 and 5 shots in like the middle of the day in the afternoon. I'm like, great. I'm going to be fuzzy, tongued, and confused and tired for the rest of today. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Thanks. But I do love tequila. Drunk. Sorry, whether I'm sick or not, tequila is just nice. Period. Yeah. I'm thinking of the standard soda can size. Oh, do they make V8 in like 12-ounce cans? Maybe when my mom was with us, I feel like she only bought the mini can version. And so I just assumed that was the only size that came in. But that's probably just an exposure issue. Neat. It's harder to find in that size, but it does exist. Maybe that's why we always had the smaller stuff. That's just how it was in my household. We also grew up I grew up pretty poor. So, can I open these drawers? Sometimes smaller serving sizes was the way to go. Sometimes buying things in ridiculous bulk was the way to go. Just depends. Is there anything interesting back here? No. Why can I get back here if not for backer reward items? Of course. This one's shiny. Why can I not pick it up? Pick you up. Hi. You're creepy. They have full-sized cans. I bought them several times. I love tomato juice. Tomato juice is okay, but I think like V8 has extra spices or something to it. When I was growing up, the first time I tried tomato juice, it was like, okay, it tastes tomato-y. Just, I like tomatoes. I always liked tomato sauces and cooked tomatoes and stuff, but I didn't like raw tomatoes that much. But the first time I tried V8, I was hooked. I think there's more stuff to it. Maybe it's like celery salt or something or whatever they put in it. But V8's like great. I could just chug V8. And in fact, my mom used to give me the small cans with my lunches when I was in high school and maybe earlier than that. And instead of enjoying it, I would pop open the can, and I would usually do this mostly to disgust, to create disgust in the other kids. But I would be like, all right, I'm going to chug this. And I just pop open the can and swallow the whole thing in 7 gulps, like all at once. One, you breathe in real deep, and then you just empty the whole can in one go. I think I did it just to fuck with other kids. Okay, first of all, what's this? Anything? Is that just the elevator call if it's not up here? All right, can we go up? Let's go up first. What? Are you kidding me? Look at that. Look at this tower up there. Why wouldn't we want to go up? There's obviously an up. I hate you. Is there a down? You're not powered or something. There's stuff down there. I gotta figure out how to power you. This whole region does not have what I need. All right. I mean, the lights have power. So there is power here. What's with the music sting? I did nothing. Why give me music? What did I do or not do? Well, we need to get down to the basement so I can manage this door. So I can get to the tree. So why don't you have power? How do we fix that? Obviously the lights have power. This thing has power. Can we manage you? Oh, is it the same number as this one? Oh, I don't even know. I don't remember what that number was. V8 is several plants. Yeah, I thought I remembered that. I just don't remember what plants it is. V8 splash. Any flavor is good. Is a good thing to keep on hand too. It's 100% of vitamin C in 8 ounces. That's a start. I feel like this is one thing that you have to know about FDA values for vitamins and minerals. 100% of your daily value of a specific vitamin or mineral, that's not a good amount. 100% is life sustaining, not life thriving. If you every day have 100% of your vitamin C, you're just getting the amount of vitamin C to not be sick. But if you want vitamin C to make you more than just not sick, but like healthy, you should probably have more than the FDA value. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Pressed that button I shouldn't have pressed. Constantly making pictures that I don't want. But 100% in 8 ounces is pretty good, as well as a few other vitamins. It's also a form your body can instantly absorb, unlike pills. Interesting. So the C in V8 is more highly absorbable. I wonder. That would be kind of cool if that's true. So anytime you feel off, guzzle a jug. It can't ever hurt. That's true. It can't hurt. It's like arming troops with arrows. Doesn't matter how many archers you have if they have no arrows. That's true. So V8 has beets, celery, garlic, onion, tomato. But it's been a while since I've read those ingredients. Interesting. Okay, how do we power this place? And why do we have an interesting music sting being here? If we can't do anything to the region just yet. Do you have power cables that reach our friend here? I want to get up there. I feel like there's something right there that I want to come see closer. Who just started streaming? Yeti started streaming. If you haven't started to follow It's Lord Yeti, please do. I've never even sat in on a full Yeti stream. But he's just he's dark music guy with a heart of gold. And I love that guy. I need to click this. So you need power. I want to get you power. To get power through this, I feel like this part needs to get powered. So it's this cable that leads in there. And leads this. How do we make sure this is disseminating power to everything? It looks like everything is powered. What could not be powered here? What's the red line for? We don't know the red line. It's red though. Why is it red? Can we fix that? How do we get in there again? Does anybody celebrate? Oh, jeez, that thing freaks me out. Does anybody celebrate Easter? As an adult, do you do Easter things? Curious. I think I need another quick bio break. I'll be right back. We'll figure this out on an empty bladder. See you in a bit. Is Oz in there inside this cabinet? I would have to slice her up to do so. And it turns out I like what she can do whole better than what I like better than what she's capable of doing in parts. So I will keep her whole for now. Tetras? Tetras are your favorite type of fish? Oh, that's cute. I like tetras. Jam says, happy Enshrouded Tuesday. Is today Tuesday for you? Wait. Where are we at on the date line? It can only be Wednesday or Thursday for you, can't it? Alright. Docking. I mean, doc. Playing is doc. Be healing. It takes a while for the dildo to to rise. Not sure I'll mess with it, but it sounds delicious. Yeah, we're looking up dildo recipes, apparently. Womp womp.
Problem. Wait, is it just me or does that man not have a head? He's dead.
What?
Yeah, he doesn't have a head.
Oh my.
Well, ain't that a curious thing? What the hell?
I'll be damned.
These city folks, I don't know. I can't keep up with the fashion.
I seen a lost something. Y'all seen my head?
Weren't you the fellow who was on the train?
You know, honestly, as somebody who's looking to turn this into a business, I would follow those kind of footsteps where I would just try to look for whatever maximizes my profits. Except I would hate myself at the end of the night. I would actually tear myself apart. I couldn't just take my money and like rub it against my face and feel better. So I've got to follow a different sort of policy for me.
Once again, rage bait works.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still engagement, whether you fucking hate it or you fucking love it.
It's true. Well, if you ever see me raging 5 years from now, I'll tell you today, a tacit agreement. I did it for the money and not because I'm actually a ragey person. Let's give that guy those things and teleport back to the very first city that we discovered in the game. Just kidding. It is pronounced Onet. I did check the Japanese pronunciation. And in Japanese, when you go to this first town, they pronounce it Oneto. Oneto. So, Onet. Oneto. I love that. Chocolate? Me too, sometimes. Okay, what's our story? Garage. Downtown. And then lots of these things. It looks like that was done. And then this one. Also up. Farley Tower Junkyard, CW Sphere Caves. That's all done. I don't think there's anything we could do here. I don't think there's any reason we would mess with this either. Weird. Ishtar, an old goddess. Oh, I'm familiar with the name Ishtar. Is where Easter comes from. Her symbols are eggs and bunnies. She's a fertility goddess. Yes, this is all sounding very familiar to me. So to celebrate Easter, the most appropriate thing to do is produce more babies. Yeah, I feel like that gets expensive in this economy. I might I might hard pass for a while. So no, I don't do Easter stuff anymore. I'm too old for that. No, that's how I celebrate. Oh, you celebrate Easter by eating chocolate. Yeah, sounds nice. That sounds probably a lot better than making more humans in this planet. That can get tiresome. Well. Goblin Army, welcome. Hi, everybody. How are you, snack-ridden, inappropriate, awful, not awful, wonderful goblin folk tonight? So good to see you. How dare you mistrust me with your community as though I know what to do with goblins. Just because I married one doesn't mean I know how to handle the rest of you. But here you are. I started to fall asleep. Oh no! You didn't start to speak in your sleep like I did. Not one time, did you? It might have happened twice in the last month. But I feel like I have some stayability this evening. I'm talking a little bit slow and my blinks are a little bit low. But I'm not ready to pass out just yet. Nope, I was just quiet. Oh, womp womp. It's probably better than talk. Well, I don't know. Talking in your sleep, I feel like might be more fun for the audience. Like, hey, if we keep watching, we're going to hear Oz say some really crazy shit because she's going to start talking in her sleep, in her dreams. And for those of you that don't know, I have heard Oz talk in her sleep. And oh boy, sometimes it's really interesting, the stuff that she decides to say. It's unfortunate sometimes, but she does find interesting things to say in her sleep. I'm going to do egg hiding, item hiding. Sounds good. Good stuff. Oh yeah, like what? I can't think of an example right off the top of my head. Just it can be fun. Playing this game and being sleep in want of sleep right now myself, I cannot think of a fun example of something that Oz said in her sleep. It's usually she responds to the kids in weird sort of ways. They'll ask, like, can I watch something on TV? And she'll say weird non sequitur stuff. Like, I'm gonna make shit up because I don't remember off the top of my head. Like, you can't do that until we all eat. And then fall back asleep or something like that. I don't know, weird stuff. Okay, do you think I should stick to upstairs hiding of the eggs and such? I personally would prefer it. I feel like that is the place I am most comfortable letting them do their search. It also gives them sort of a constraint, i.e. you don't have to search every room in the house. You just need to keep yourselves upstairs and then you'll find everything. Just, yeah, maybe track everywhere you've hid so that if they get stuck, we can give them mild hints or something like that. I might hide one or two on the landing. That's probably fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. For those of you in my stream that don't even know who I'm talking to, let's discuss the mother of my crotch goblins, my life partner, the streamer Voz. If I can type in QWERTY, I hate this. I hate playing games in QWERTY, but here we are.
Speak up, the old man can't hear your insults. I'm sorry. Is this better, Waka?
Hey!
Loud.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, God, the pain!
That's just the arthritis. It's fine.
Oh, God, I can't hear anything. Who set you up for picking me? You're gonna get a spanking, young lady.
She might like that. I'm just gonna give you a warning, Grandpa.
Oh, God, no. Oh, I pooped.
He used to do a great Grandpa Simpson. Yeah. Some old, ancient times. Good times, good times. You should just play the most recent YouTube shorts. I don't know how to make that into a stream thing. That would be interesting to try. I need power. But I'm not quite sure how to make that happen. Maybe it's on the other side of this. How do I get over there? Out this way, probably. And then there's probably a path to get over to that side. When it's time to start training kids/teens to clean their own rooms, oh, we're already there. Trust me, we're at the let's train our kids phase. Start hiding money in places they should be cleaning. Oh, that sounds expensive. If they don't do the cleaning, you go in there in front of them and reclaim the cash. Ooh, that's pretty brutal. Like, all right, well, I found $1 here, and so therefore you didn't do this area very well. And the kid's like, no, I thought I cleaned properly, but you've made it obvious to me that I didn't get everything done. All right, how do we get up there again? Okay, this is already perma stairs. I don't have to do anything to get to the stairs. I can get to there easily and quickly from here, but we're more interested in figuring out what the heck we need to do to access more of this tower. I think that's the answer. We've only gone up this path maybe one other time, but now we've opened most of this area. Here is the power, and yes, the power is failing right here. So we need to figure this out in order to power the elevator. In order to get in here, we can see it right there. That's where we were, and this is where we could also be if we knew anything that solved this puzzle. But this is how many numbers is this puzzle? Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5. 5 numbers, isn't it? Is it 5? Oh God, it's a 6-number puzzle. Where have we ever seen 6 numbers? You need 6 numbers to get power to this. Can we clear you? Oh no, you can't even clear it. You can just start over again. I'm fine with rotary phones. I'm ancient. I know how to use a rotary phone. But I don't know where we get 6 digits. I don't think I've seen 6 digits in the game. Okay, gonna human for a bit and then do egg things. Little hasn't peed yet. Excellent. And I'm nervous. Should I take a break now and take... Wait, Little? Little is weird that she hasn't peed yet. Should I pause and take the tiny to pee, though? I wonder. It's like an Easter egg hunt. You don't hide cash in every location. It has to be random. Of course. Like drop a 10 under the bed one time. Interesting. Or a 20 in the closet they haven't tidied up in ages. It's certainly... My fear, though, is that you develop a chore system like that, and instead of kids being incentivized to do stuff for money, which is not great because when they become adults, they don't get paid to do their own chores, right? So it's kind of like that's a failure right there to teach kids, hey, if you do this chore, you'll get paid, but when you're an adult, you won't. So good luck finding the incentive then. But I also fear that if you give them sort of a gotcha gambling sort of scenario, and then you say, all right, go be an autonomous adult, they might learn that they like gambling and they want to do it that way. They want to get more gambling in their life. If you wanna, yeah, maybe I'll take a break. Let's take a look and see, when do I have my next ad break? Looks like I could do one pretty soon here. When I take my next ad break, I will go and take the tiny to go take a pee break. I want to get to this side of... We still haven't gone down this path. And I think we need to open that door to do it. But this also looks like there's a road down there that we just haven't figured out how to open yet. So how do we get down there and open that road? Well, first of all, we need to go down the stairs. Yeah. It's not gambling. It's a bonus for actually doing the job correctly. I mean, you do the job correctly and thoroughly, I guess you'll always get paid. But the kids also have to, like, know what thorough is in order to win the gamble, right? I wonder if solving this is part of all of this or not. I'm not ready to solve it. I can walk through to the other side of the map, though. Right in here. I don't have to solve for power just yet. It's a bit of a hike. The world is small, but it also feels big because of how slow you walk. And this is on run. But you can't ride the mine cart willy-nilly. It doesn't just run at full speed. And it's this thing over here that I have to figure out. Can you manipulate the gate and the path so that the bridge works the way you want it to? Okay. That's cool and all, but I can't get over to the other side right now. So... Is there no way to get... to manipulate that right now? Isn't there like another button or something? When this gets in this orientation, how do you fix it? There's something, right? God, it's been so long. Now I'm like, how do I do this again? It's not just the lever. There's something else. But now I don't know which path gets me to the right area where I can mess with that, because I can't get there to play with that button. This seems like a problem. I feel like I've set it into an orientation that now I don't have a way to reset or bring back. Do I go back to that? Poop. It's been too long since I played this. It's been 1 week. I've already forgotten everything. All the nuance. Well, it's a good thing we're having great conversation, because I forget so much of this game when I don't play it. I get so trapped. Now I got that song stuck in my head. Wait, what song? Where did I lock in? I'm great at getting songs stuck in people's heads. I'll tell you that. Don't watch my stream if you don't want an earworm trapped in your head. 1 week by Bare Naked Ladies. It's been... I don't even like Bare Naked Ladies. There's something about their delivery. When Weird Al sings a song, he over enunciates everything, right? Because some of the joke lies in knowing the words that he says. And so when you listen to a Weird Al song, in order to get the parody, in order to hear the joke being told, you have to hear him say it very loud and clear. So it's got to be funny because you understood the lyrics. If you didn't understand the lyrics because he's being too dramatic or whatever. Oh, crap. Did I lock this in some sort of way that now I can't unlock? How do I get... What the heck do I do? I don't remember this being stuck in a certain angle or twist that then you cannot resolve. I feel like I messed up somehow, but that's impossible. This game is so new compared to the other Mists. They wouldn't just like force you to be stuck or trapped in some way. Is there a button on the other side of that? I feel like nah. But now I want to go check. How do we get over there again? Jump? Mistman Stewart does not jump. We're not Lara Croft. We cannot make jumpy jumps. The best we can do is walk. If you see anything that's even knee high, we're not going to raise our legs. This is the best we can do. Very flat surfaces. Ramps. I'm getting texted. What's going on? Oh. Hang on, let me answer this for Oz. This is something you have to edit in the YouTube app on your phone. I can't do it through not though PC browser. Can you try? And we'll see. We'll see if she can do it. Okay. Where are we? Yeah. Sketchy. Hi. Welcome. Sketchy Jacket, everybody. Sketchy Jacket just sounds like one word that I just said. This is Jacket, aka Sketchy, aka Sketchy Irishman. You should go patronize. You should go be a patron. Go support his streaming endeavors with all your love and heart. Irishman _ God, typing in QWERTY sucks. Why would anybody do this to themselves? Shout out. Boom. Please tell me that worked.
I think there's another Snapplejack. Another Snapplejacker. No, I think there's another Sniper Jackal right here somewhere.
Nice. Welcome on in. How are we doing? 350 watt streak. Stuart, what number are you at? Is that higher than 350? Oh, no, never mind. That's 350 baubles. Just a 3-stream watt streak. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. 3 streams. Congrats. It probably reset itself on its own because that's how I do it. I think I might be the only one that calls you Irish. Oh, interesting. Damien, have you seen the Iranian Lego propaganda videos? No? Can we watch them on stream tonight? I'm curious. There's a couple of people who call me Irish. Okay, there you go. Tro's one of them. I call him Jacket. When I speak of him to Oz, I say Jacket, and she knows who I'm talking about. And I'm at 194. Yeah, Stuart's at probably the highest number out of everybody. Jeez, so much Oz work happening. Awful news. Oz is not. The choices we made for food today are not agreeing. Okay, have to share the most epic typo I've ever heard. Oh no, this is awful. Especially since it was smut story. Oh my. Female is drinking coffee. That then made me think that that's a whole new meaning to Irish cream coffee. Well, I guess it depends on who's making the coffee additives. If they're from Ireland, then yeah, it is. Is they're fine? In my honest opinion, they're funny. Excellent. Yeah, no, it's not at 350. I reread it. I'm sorry, Jacket. They just dropped a new one that rags on Hegseth. Oh my. Yeah, Oz probably did the right thing by stopping stream. Not feeling so hot. If we were to, how do I find this? Let's pull up a window. Lego. Did you say Lego? You said Lego, right? Let me make sure you said Lego. Lego propaganda videos. Why are you not loading? Why is this website so slow? This is the worst website.
Wait, with an American accent? R&R.
R&R. It's not loading. R&R. There, it finally loaded. Okay, what are we doing? Iran propaganda video. Not song. Can we look up Hegseth? Oh my. What on earth? What are we doing? What are we doing? Southern Punk? Is this the guy? I just wanted to make sure I have the right guy. There's also this new AI viral video of what his library might be like. Okay. I can give you direct links. Okay. Oh, they are all songs? All right. We'll look this up.
Yo. Be Hexif. This one's specially for you.
Can you all hear this?
Punk ass rapist bitch. Straight from Iran.
Damn. Hardcore. Yeah. They've really showed a lot of love into this. Where's there, is it, this is only one video. Where's the first one? No, do not replay. Give me a link to the first one. We'll watch that one too. And then we'll continue on with the game. First one's God. Interesting. Yeah. I like political satire already, but this stuff is like whole new level. Because I feel like once you Legoify everything, you can sort of say and show all sorts of stuff. And it's like, they're plastic interlocking toys from, Northern Europe. Who could be mad at that? They're kids' toys. With, uncanny realism towards certain American figureheads doing stupid shit these days. I don't know the first one, but there's this one China put out that's also funny. China put out? What do you mean? It's kind of a funny satire or good satire. Okay.
A lot of lawn care services.
I do not want you.
Sure has a satisfaction
You put your lawn care away. Thank you.
牛筋骨乃天下咽喉，这古道之下埋着天下至宝玄铁髓，铸刀、炼药、生火、续命，样样离不开它。而白鹰盟立了一条铁规，买髓只收白鹰金。
The hell is this?
控住了髓，便控住了钱；控住了钱，便控住了天下。
佛斯弹在圣火窟深处炼制邪火，还有胆拒不拆除地下核心炉，着实可恶。
报告盟主，属下已截获波斯寨最高密令，现下正是拔掉这颗眼中钉的最好时机。
好，我白鹰盟坐镇武林，今天就要替天下清理门户。听着，没人比我更懂斩首战术。我要这地界，从此为我白鹰盟号令侍从。
Why does everybody talk like they're from the 1970s?
谁
谁在那儿？
白鹰盟，你们
Why is this so good?
停止，不死之后各自为战，生灭亦可燎原。
What the hell? This looks like something Forest of Wires would have.
不应该老债主一死，波斯债群龙无首，早就该乱作一团。他们现在不过是回光返照，虚张声势罢了。他们的破烂家底儿绝对坚持不了3天。白头鹰，接下来我可就不客气了。
Oh snap!
报，波斯猫疯了，放了一堆木板做的木。
Dude, I love that chicken
河
voice.
图倒塞，他们的防空军针全给他们打下，一只苍蝇都不准飞进来。
Why does he have such a human hand? Why do they all have human hands? 哦，
不能再打了。怎么？我刚才算了一下，他们的破木鸟造价顶多2两银子，可咱射出去的一根防空军枝造价数百两啊！这不是打仗，是拿银库喂狗啊！你闭嘴！堂堂白鹰盟，岂能被几只破木头吓住？继续射，射到它没有木头为止。
Oh, the cats are ready. Where are your golden arrows? What you gonna do? You miscalculated.
对面山头出现大量攻势和人影，像是准备要强攻。
哼，想摸黑偷营，天堂有路你不走，地狱无门你闯进来。传令，烈空惊雷准备，对准那些碉堡给本座炸平了。
I know their voices sound sped up there, but they're pretty good as a Mandarin speaker.
8400两，炸了一堆稻草人。
Oh snap! Kitties run!
白头鹰，你自诩名门正派，竟对无辜稚童下此毒手，此血海深仇，我波斯猫全族不死不休。
Jesus.
为了报仇雪恨，波斯猫族封堵了西域玄铁髓的唯一交易通道，断了白鹰盟的买卖。
This is what we should be using AI for.
疯了，道锋两断。
This and solving laundry.
商会的各位，助我剿匪，除此大患。白头鹰，你一刀再快又如何？收的一线天，我就能断你活路。谁敢帮他，我连着一起打。
加油！
凭什么？神仙打架，凡鸟遭殃啊！先交钱的是我，先入股的是我，为什么先断供的还是我？
That was kind of a weird mismatch of voice.
商会那群软骨头也该熬不住了吧？骆驼他们是不是已经在门外跪着，捧着金子求本盟主出兵护航了？
Have we? Okay. We're getting closer to the end. This one's kind of long. That's okay.
当家的，商会那边静的不正常。按理说，商会应该急得跳脚才对。
This has a great, like,
难道全饿死在外面了？
early 1980s practical effects sort of vibe to the whole thing. But, like, also impossible to do back in that era.
走这条路上新道虽然慢了几天，玄铁髓不走一线天，从北面草原绕过来，但再也不用看白鹰的脸色了，只是不用白鹰盟的金票，咱们用什么？江湖从来不是打打杀杀，江湖是人情世故，更是买卖生计。商会内部早就通了气，以后买卖直接物物交换。 或再铸新币，天大地大，咱们找新的盟友，走新的道路。
You tell him, wise camel.
白鹰盟以为刀快便可胁迫天下，殊不知青山不改，绿水长流。武之极致不在歌，而在止。
Nice. Good shit. So good. It's so wild how like realistic the practical effects of a completely AI fabricated video can be. Like it feels so like locked in time. The sound bites, the way everybody sounds when they speak, just the visuals, the camera effects of everything. Yeah, It's very kung fu. Yeah, just imagine Trump as the eagle. Obviously, yeah. I recently had a thought about the Aliens ending. Oh, Aliens, the movie? Where Ripley and Newt are disrobing for cryo. There's no way they'd show the same thing today. I suppose that's true, yeah. So how would they film it now? Personally, I think skin-tight bodysuits specific for cryo. I suppose that would make sense. Yeah, there's just some things that that age differently because our culture values different things. But I think there's nothing wrong with that. We just figure out different ways to sort of express the same, like how are the characters transitioning? What is their MO? And what would we do that's like culturally appropriate while at the same time producing the same, like, this is where these characters have to transition to next kind of thing. This feels like something you'd see on the TV in Cyberpunk. 100%. You're sitting in the cafe and you know your next step is to like talk to Johnny Silverhands, but you're like, hang on one sec, Keanu, wait. I just want to watch TV for a minute. And then you look and the commercial break's ending and you're watching this crazy like practical effects cat and eagle shit. They're doing a wonderful job of referencing the old movie style. I agree. This is, yeah, besides like solving basic human problems that we have that should have been solved a long ass time ago, like honestly, just give us ways to dust and clean our bathrooms and clean the toilets. Like we have Roombas, right? You can buy a Roomba and it goes around and vacuums the floor to some degree. But besides Roomba, why don't we have like self-cleaning toilets, self-cleaning bathtubs, self-cleaning clothes? Why can't we automate shit like that? It takes up a lot of time, right? We can already buy some prefab food, but a lot of it's pretty bad. So we could do better with prefab food as well. Like just take 5 minutes and then you have like a full-fledged wholesome meal with relatively fresh ingredients. We could probably do something like that if we put our mind to it. But it's all that other shit. It's like solving for the internal household stuff that takes up a ridiculous amount of time. How do you sort your laundry? How do you make sure laundry doesn't get in the dryer that can't be in the dryer? How do you sort loads, get it all done, get it hung up in the closet? Why have we not automated that shit? It takes up a ridiculous amount of time for most people. Some people don't even get to the hanging up clothes phase. They bring their hamper up of their clothes that just been washed, and then they just put on clothes from the hamper, not from their closet, not from their chest of drawers, just from the hamper of clean clothes. Guilty as charged. Yeah, crazy. But it should be that and this sort of propaganda style shit. Original Trump Lego video from Iran. Excellent. Thank you for that link. Let's pull that one up. Okay, pause. Hang on. Well, let's catch up with Chad first. Use Jam's link, less referral crap. Excellent. I would love to see the behind the scenes on this. Oh, how to make this kind of stuff? I mean, a lot of it's just like prompt monkey work sort of stuff, right? I don't know if it's really that interesting to see. I don't think this is AI. I'm pretty sure they say it's AI like in the videos, honestly. Seems too consistent. The thing is if you pay for certain platforms AI, you can say reference these characters from these other stills, or you could just you can use clever prompting to get the characters to stay consistent. AI of like 2 years ago, if you tried to get like the same character to persist through multiple video clips, it would change subtle things, right? The hair would change, the outfit would change. You'd get all this like hallucination sort of work, but that's not the case anymore. I mean, just look at the stuff that I posted in Trash with regard to Haley. It's not doing a bunch of hallucinations where it's changing the style. So we're past that era already. That's really the creepiest thing about AI is the stuff that we used to laugh at 5 years ago, 2 years ago, even a year ago. Like, ha, AI can't fucking make a hot dog at a convenience store. Pathetic. AI will never replace even blue collar workers. That's the stupidest AI will ever be. And since then, the hot dog making AI has only gotten better because AI will never have a sick day. It will never get divorced or broken up with. It will never lose it will never lose child. What's the word I'm looking for? It will never lose rights to its child. It will never get sick. It will never have an off or shitty mental health day. AI will only ever get better. AI will have awful, stupid mistakes where it does awful hallucinations, make shitty art, make shitty hot dogs, make the shittiest shit. And then the people behind the AI will fix that. And then it will only ever get better. That's the thing about AI is it is inevitable. It will always keep getting better. It will never keep getting worse because the worst stuff will always get pruned. That's the crazy shit. So we can laugh about it today. Anything that's a mistake now, we can laugh about now. But a year from now, all of that shit's gone. And people, that doesn't happen. You get new people in new jobs. They make the same mistakes that old people did or brand new mistakes. And we're inconsistent and we come to work hungover or stoned or whatever. We make mistakes or we're emotionally on tilt or a customer messes with us and then we get angry and then we get fired. Like shit happens to humans all the time. Shit does not happen to AI. That's the craziest shit. I think they're doing basic head replacements. I disagree. This is the propaganda bit at the end, Golden Road or whatever. Music sounds like the music used in Kung Fu Hustle. Maybe. We posted the first Trump AI Lego video above. Originally, she was going to be naked, but then they put undies on her. Gotcha. It almost makes me cringe thinking of how many adult men were on set during that scene. Oh, with Ripley and Newt. Yeah. I know it was totally innocent in terms of the scene, but with all the creeps that exist, the behind the scenes really makes me worry. I feel like one thing I do know about being on set for a lot of movies is like even when things look like they are compromising, there are usually handlers and like union people that have to be there. Not union actors, but like union regulatory people that have to be there in order to settle certain like rule sets. In the 70s and before, movies were kind of like Wild West, right? There's like a lot of crazy shit that could happen, and who knows what was happening on set before or after action, or even during, honestly, for some movies. And as a result, like a lot of regulatory pressure got placed on SAG, especially. This was before the SAG-AFTRA union or merger. And since then, I think we really do care very deeply about how people are being handled, what's happening on set, how are people being taken care of after a scene is ended. It's all very like sterile and job related sort of stuff these days. That's not to say that we're above the era where bad things can happen to people, or like manipulations and abuse can occur for somebody who's trying to just work a job. It can happen, obviously, but we're getting better at making those places more safe, straightforward. You do the job, you get the pay, and you move on with your lives, and nothing messes with you or carries on with you afterwards, sort of thing. So yeah, it used to be creepy. I think it's getting better, but that's not to say that we're completely innocuous now and everything is working out great. There's maybe an inevitability that this kind of stuff is always fraught with a little bit of danger, and you just got to make sure you make the right choices. You're working with people that you trust, and then you always have somebody who's there to watch your back just in case. Yeah. I've never done any sort of work like that, but that's my understanding is that it's better than it's ever been, but it's definitely not 100% safe, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's watch this one.
Yeah. You crossed the ocean just to find your grave. Sacrificed your own boys for a lie. Listen. Yeah. Yeah. Make America great again. Yo, Tails, this shit crazy. Yeah, make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah. Watch this. Sacred defense, we protecting the soil. While you sacrifice soldiers to pay for your spoil. You once who ran the globe, sitting on your throne. Now we turning every base into a bed of stone. It's a slaughterhouse, a trap you couldn't see. Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. Swags fighting in your suit, hiding Epstein's ghost. You sent your boys to die on the bloody coast. Not a revenge for the leader's blood is purely mine. Every drop of his blood is a missile on the line. You thought you took him out, thought the fire was dead, but another common day is standing ahead. Yeah, you strike one down, we just shatter your brain. We put another in the leg, common day again. The secrets are leaking, the pressure is rising. We locked on the target, and now you are hiding. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Sell them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash. LOSC. Yeah, we spelling out your name. Sell them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a puppet while you shaking in your sweet. LOSC. Taste the ash of defeat. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. Sacred defense of the homeland. The slaughterhouse is open. Common name cat. LOSC.
Nice. Interesting. We live in such a new world when it comes to art. and I don't know. Like I get the arguments that say AI is going to be disruptive to so many things that people can and have done historically in the past, and therefore, you know, big companies are going to make bad choices that are going to disenfranchise a lot of people. But at the same time, I do feel like a great percentage of humanity feels that AI art is not what they want, and they want to support and have human created arts, music, and everything. They're willing to support, they're willing to pay, and that will not die off. But there are some great creators that use AI in really novel and fantastic ways to get messages across that they might not have been able to. They don't have the bankroll to pay an artist. They have an idea, and they can make certain things happen with new tools. And if we didn't have those tools, we wouldn't hear those messages, because those people cannot afford to make the scenario happen with real artists and, you know, paying a living wage to people. It's complex, right? Do we want to stifle the signal because we want to make sure everybody's getting a living wage off of the people who have the ideas? Or do we want to figure something else out so that art and signals and ideas are not compulsory things that you have to pay somebody else's lifestyle to exist in order to get your idea to come across? Right now, the way the whole system is fabricated or set up, especially in capitalist societies, It's muddy. Yeah. That plane being shot down, that was a bit prophetic. Yeah. Whoops. Instant. Oh. Why am I starting to read you? I don't want you. Wait, how do I get rid of you? How do I do the thing? Can I do this? Boop. Bye. Oh, it's still on screen. Bother. Okay. Where was I trying to get to again? Oh, right. We're going to this side of the map so that we could see if we could mess with getting to the part of Arizona that we have not access to before. How to do that? It's through something along this wall. I missed last week. How's the game going? We discovered so much in the other world, really just in the bug world with all the gondolas and chains and stuff like that. We got a lot done there. Elevators, the whole shebang. We really did so much there. That was the big gain, was in that world. We have a lot. We lowered the dome, so now you can travel from edge to edge. And I feel like we're able to see so much more of Bugland, and it's cool. I really like that one the most because it also looks comfortable. It looks very nice to walk around in there and just be in high altitude and mist and water vapor, and it looks like it would feel very nice to be in that space. This Arizona, Red Rock area, not so much. I'm not really feeling the vibe here. Okay, how do I get down there? How do I get down there and fix this? If you go to that lever, nothing. If you go to that lever, nothing. They're locked. So what we got to do is figure out a way to get down there, which is like basically impossible. Otherwise, this thing is locked in its position for good, which is impossible. They wouldn't do that in a game like this. There's got to be another way to get down there. Did I ever tell you what happened to me last night? No. Is everything okay, Troa? What's going on? What happened last night? Can we get over down here? I forget what this leads to. Where does this lead to? Where are we? Leads to... Oh, way up here. This isn't really where I want to be. Nah, this isn't it. I fell asleep in my computer chair during your stream. Oh no! Was my voice so soothing? I will say, last night I was so well rested than I am tonight. I feel like I was very, not succinct. What's the word I'm looking for? I could speak. I was speaking so fast. I actually felt like I had to give a disclaimer of, guys, I'm not on speed or caffeine or crack or anything. I'm just like well rested. I'm just having a good day. I just talk this fast when I'm actually like well rested and having a good time. I said that near the beginning of the stream because it was so good, but maybe my voice was still just relaxing, soothing, and was just enough to make a contingency of you and other people feel nice and relaxed and ready for sleep. Woke up at 2 a.m. Oh no. Guess the coffee would have been a good idea. Here's the thing. I also rated out to somebody who is like really, really wild. Somebody who puts on a very crazy like DJ lights and effects and music based sort of show. And I'm surprised none of the guy I rated out to that his stuff didn't wake you up. Forest of Wires. He's a musician. He does some fairly complex instrumentation, mostly on guitar and piano. But he's also a DJ, and he's fairly proficient at that too. He's just kind of a little bit of everything. I feel like Carl in that show does nothing fantastic, but he does a lot of things to the point where, because he does so many different things, you can't keep up with him. Nobody can put on a show like Carl because he's 6 or 7 different types of artists all together in one. And that's what makes him so fascinating to watch. I certainly feel that way watching his content. That he's just, it's mesmerizing. I should have gone to bed a lot sooner than I did, but I kept watching, trying to figure out if I could steal ideas from Carl, what ideas would I steal so that I could put on a captivating show, especially for people with short attention spans, because that's a real thing. You know, some people come into a live stream and they're like, oh, there's too much of one screen. I've been staring at D, who is not moving in a game, and he just keeps staring at some space off in the distance. He just keeps talking, and the screen is just like frozen here. How would I address people with low attention spans that are interested in seeing more visually? Stuff like that, I think, is an interesting study to keep in mind. Wait, there's a way to get over to that wall. How did I miss it? What's the way to get it? I can see it. I can see the wall right there. You just walk right over there. I've done it before, haven't I? I just walked right through the wall right over there. Or do you have to walk over here? Oh, right, over here, this way. Where am I now? The hives? Yeah, this is where I want to be. And so, yeah, I stayed watching him for like 45 minutes to almost an hour with this idea of, what can I learn from Carl to be a better content creator myself? What ideas can I steal from him? What I'm trying to do is get down in this valley down here, but I don't know the path to get down there. Guess the coffee would have been a good idea. I mean, you did say you were nervous about not being able to sleep, so the fact that you got some good sleep makes me happy. Can we just jump down here? We're playing a person that is very adverse to jumping. So I guess that's not really an answer to things. But yeah, I gotta find my way. Making my way down. I honestly don't know where I'm supposed to be going next. But I just know that this is a place that I wanted to get to. And I don't know how to do it. So I'm thinking, what's the right way to make this happen? And the big thing is, now that I've messed with this bridge and I can't cross it anymore, how do I get down here so I can fix what I messed up? How do I get down there or on the other side of the wall over there so I can fix what I just did? World record for this game is just under 4 minutes. Please. Hi, newbie. Going to bed soon? You're just saying hi. Thanks for popping in. I mean, here's the thing. Can you play a game where you know what you're supposed to do in just 4 minutes? I believe you could. I don't know what I'm doing, so the idea that I could get anywhere in just 4 minutes makes sense to me if I knew anything, but I know nothing. So I'm just wandering around trying to figure out a very cryptic game that does not give you hints as to what is next or what's the big idea. This bridge is out. This bridge connects 2 new places. I don't know how to get to either of those 2 places. So I'm trapped in that regard. And I want to get to one of those 2 because it's one of the only places I haven't seen so far. I can't get to that side, and I can't get to that side. And now I can't reset this because you need to be able to touch the airplane propeller here in order to make this wall move again. But now it is stuck in an orientation where all of the levers don't reset it. You need to be able to touch the propeller, which means you need to get to one of the two places I've never been to before. That's a problem. I'm so tired that I can't have a deep conversation right now. No worries. I've been there. And I'm all about deep conversations all the time, anytime, everywhere, anyone. But even I can get too tired to be able to do that. Tonight, I'm less tired than I thought I would be. I'm kind of slurry and repeating words, and eyes are like half open and half not. But I feel like I'm doing better than I thought I would be. That makes sense. So there is a way to get down to that lower level from here without having to go through teleports. It's through this. You can do this and press the button. Hello? 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 All right, we're moving. My, that's really wiggly. Oh my, I'm feeling something in my nethers that I did not expect in a game like this. All right, there's a way out of here and into that lower level, but not where I want to be, which is on the other side of this water. You can't get there from the area that we're in right now. There's too much garbage in the way. But we can go through here and start to make our way. God, that thing freaks me out every time. Every time. If only we could just enter the water. Get a little skiff like you can in like Legend of Zelda. So you enter the water and you're immediately floating on something. Have you unlocked Farley's house? Yes. From 3 different angles. But we have not unlocked the way across this water. And it is interesting to me to want to do so tonight, but maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing next. And I don't know what the right next thing is. Oh, a rock in there that's kind of out of place, but I guess it's not that. If only I could figure out. There's a backer item here or not? You? Backer item. It's like a milk jug. And clothes that you can't take. It's so close. If only Mistman would just wade through some knee-high water, we would be there. We could see all that other part of the map has to offer. It's brutal. This is the only way we have come to this bridge before that we haven't visited recently. I just wanted to see if there was like a button or something to reset from this angle. This lever doesn't work right now. The lever up there doesn't work right now. So I don't know how to get this to reset, except you go to that side somehow. But I've never been to that side in the first place, so I don't know how to do it. Okay, good. That's the only way to soft lock the game. Oh, due to that bridge. Oh, gotcha. You're good, but I don't know how to keep going. Just that you can keep going. Good. He found the secret sneaky door. Yeah, that was awful. I hated that door in Riven. It was such a bullshit move. It's so rude to hide a passageway behind a door. Because no normal person places an open hallway, an open door on the other side of an open hallway on the other side of an open door, right? You have a door that's closed, you open it and it occludes another path. Nobody would do that in their right mind unless you were making a puzzle game and you wanted to fuck with people deliberately. That's what Riven did. And I hated that they did it. I was mad at them for doing it. And then Abduction, Cyan said, hey, remember that thing we did in Riven where we pissed a bunch of people off? What if we do that again? What if we do it again? Piss people off again. And guess what? It did. It did. Which time? Wait, what do you mean, which time? Everybody hates that door. It's a rite of passage. I do not like this rite of passage. I do not want to be part of this team. Not passage if you can find it. If you can't find it, right. Suppose we could try to figure out this puzzle. This one just feels like such a pain, such a slog to try to get right. The thing of it is, how do we... push the thing. This is not the right angle, but there is a right angle to do this. And we could figure it out by going back and forth a few times and turning the thing. It's just the wait time while this all loads and unloads each time. Such a bother. Okay, we're in here. We are where this is supposed to... Oh, maybe just one more? And then we get up there. One more to the right. Because this ain't it. There's another one over there, too. That we haven't unlocked. There's two different orientations. Super annoying.
You are my dad.
It's Nas. How are you able to do this twice? Did you do the exclamation point command that I didn't see? Oh, you did. Sneaky. I have a question. What's your question? Okay, let's spin this right round, baby. I have to go down. Oh, I'm losing my voice. I can hear it. I can feel it. My voice is slowly dying while we try to play this game and me talk through the rest of the night. Spin one time. Is that right? Is it spinning in the right direction? I don't feel like it's spinning in the right direction. Fuck. There's only one way to find out, and that's to do the teleport again. I hate this. Can do the teleport again, though. It's the only way to find out what orientation this is in. There are 4 eggs with no gift. Should I include pieces of candy from the sugar-free bag? Yeah. Yeah, that seems fun. It does. I mean, they already... Yeah, I'd say do it. Because in Riven, they did that twice in the same area. Yes, they did. Super rude. And it worked both times, right? First time, right when you enter the place with the frog trap. Yes. Once you close the doors, you can get to the spinning dome downstairs. They did it again to block off the control to stop the dome. Yes. I remember being upset both times because also in a puzzle game, when somebody does something really shitty to you, you think to yourself, wow, that was a really dumb gimmick. I hate that you included that in this game. I hate you guys. And I can't wait to see if the rest of the game is at least a little more fair. You never expect somebody to play the same trick on you twice in a puzzle game, I think. I generally think. And so for the Riven folk to say, we're going to fucking do this to you twice is feels really, really rude. And then that the fact that they bring it back again in Abduction is just... They really hate you. The people that designed Myst, or the Cyan Games people who made all of these games, they really hate you. They probably did lots of game testing by this point. This game, they did so much testing. And if people were upset by a puzzle, they were like, fucking good. That's 5 hours of your life we stole from you that you will never get back. And you had to call our 800 number helpline or 900 number helpline. And good. We're happy to steal hours off your life for one problem. Deadpool! Hi and welcome. Cheers. Thank you for the triple self-care. As you can tell, I am losing my voice. I only have the bass registers left. I am tired and sore, so your triple self-care helps. It is a hydration check, a stretch check, and a posture check, all in one. And I don't know if my voice will last through the remainder of the stream, but I'll try my best to make this happen. Also, for those of you that don't know, please show the Dadpole some love, if you'd be so kind. I have to type in QWERTY, so give me a hot second to make this happen. But we will do a quick shout out to the Dadpole. Are you playing a puzzle game too? I hate puzzle games. Oh, I think it's a horror game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go, 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 go. All lobby coming. Oops.
Oh. Now, the stress of this incident has given me walking nightmares, street terrors, diabetes, and hysterical pregnancy.
Indeed. Mostly the last one.
Perfect timing. Oh, that was brutal. Sorry to hear. Yeah. Let's catch up with chat while we figure out what to do next here. Did I spin this already? Or I hope I spun this already. Where are we going? Oh yeah. Missed Uru pissed me off too. There's a bridge where you hit the lever to lower it and nothing happens. Okay, must need more power, something right. Days later, nope. You just run and slam into it? I don't remember that. Honest, did we have to do that when we played Uru? It was a long time ago, but we tried it. I think we had to follow a lot of guides to make Uru happen. I'd rather the same small gimmick twice than having to resolve an entire puzzle multiple times to get different answers. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That was literally the most stupid one. Never before have we used the momentum of our own body, but you know what? You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, that's another thing about the Cyan games is you can learn your way through the games. You can slowly play them and gain an understanding of what the world is supposed to be like. Cumulative knowledge. You do this once, you should be able to do it again later on, and build on the same puzzle. The Cyan games never let you do that. Anything you learn early in the game, you discard. You don't keep with you because the stuff you learn will never be applicable later on. You'll enter a vehicle that you've entered before, but it has one extra lever. And all the other levers that look like the previous vehicle, they don't do the previous vehicle's functionality. In other words, nothing you learn is applicable in anywhere else. It's like every puzzle was designed by a completely different... Yes. By a completely different person. So everything you learn is useless. You use it for the one puzzle and then you say, well, I'm never going to do that shit ever again. And so you just dump it. That's not a good strategy. It's not a good way to go about life. And so I feel like the lessons that you learn and missed are counterproductive to you living a good and healthy life. I remembered it and I was like, oh, I remember this fuck shit. I like the Riven remake. I like the first half. It was really interesting. They redid the whole layout of the puzzles, right? You went backwards, sort of, from the original Myst. And I thought that was really neat. And then the back half of the game converged into the old game. It's like they ran out of steam. They ran out of good ideas. So young Riven remake was new and cool. Late Riven remake was the original game with some extra stuff. Not that cool. Kind of sucked. Just enough to make it worth playing while keeping just enough to give the feels. To some degree, yeah. We still use the Denny numbers. Oh my. I wish I knew somebody who could build me one of those little fishy counting toy things. It was cute. I'm sure it's possible to make in real life. You just need to be craftier than I am. All right. Can we lift this thing from here? Yes. Okay. Where does... Now, I know there are two paths out of here. So if we can flip this around completely 180, we can get to the other exit. Where does this one lead? Where is this? Have we been here before? I feel like... Epic music. I feel like this is like the main hallway. Yeah, we've been here. So this is the age where last stream we got a lot done. We saw a lot. Things are powered. Things are moving. Gondolas and stuff. The whole shebang. And now we have direct access from here, this age, to Arizona or whatever. Now we need to find a way to get to... Oh, that. Down in there. I want to get in there. How do you get to there? I don't see it. I don't see the path. But that's the path we want. So maybe we go back and we flip this thing 180 and try the other hallway besides the one we just opened, because we've not been through there. Or have we been through there? Is that the way we came in? Makes me wonder. Or did we come in from below? From a pathway that this was open to. Let's try to open up that way, because I do not believe we've come in through up above. I think we came in through there. That means going back to Arizona and making sure we get a full 180 on where we just were. Oh my goodness. Why must you do this to me, you silly bots? User actions. Block. It worked, but it didn't delete their message from stream. That's fine. I'm not angry, just disappointed. The fact Cyan didn't already make that a purchasable item is criminal. I don't feel like they really worked a whole lot in the realm of merchandise besides the Myst books. Okay, so what we need is... which one's the motorcycle? Motorcycle needs to be over yonder against this pillar. Then we'll know it's 180. So let's press the button until we see a motorcycle here. That wasn't it. It's so slow. Can we skip animations in this game, please? I'm thinking, nah. Just gotta keep mashing buttons and waiting for our comeuppance. Oh, I feel like it's one more button push. If it's not, or if it's over, I'm gonna be pissed. But I think you should stop right about here. Yes, that feels right. All right, let's give this a shot. I see our ramp up. It's moved over here. Let's go. What a trippy game. Traveling between biospheres of various encaptured, incarcerated alien species being studied by a weird, semi-malevolent tree species or something like that. Oh no, this leads me down below. That's not what I wanted. My up path is connected though. It is. Interesting. So I don't want to use the down path right now. There's a super cool counting gadget in Chants of Sennar that I really had fun playing with too. Not as cute, but super fun. Oh, nice. When are you streaming until? I was going to try for 5 hours, but now I'm thinking maybe what I need to do is quit once my voice quits, which might be before 5 hours from now. Do you have any recommendations in that regard? Should I quit earlier, Oz? What's up, Macabristocracy Yogi Cap? Did I say your name right? I'm gonna need to do a Google Translate because my Chinese reading is just so good. That would be you streaming until 5? That doesn't make sense. 4? Maybe until 4. Do you want to hate tomorrow? Depends. How early do we have to be where tomorrow? I do have to do some work in the morning. Ah, you son of a bitch. I know who you are. We're just going to have to time you out. How do we report? Is there no report? The best we can do is that. 1 p.m.? Okay, good. I can still do my thing that I don't want to do. Ah, damn. I think we've been here before. Two is low. Hi and welcome. I believe you have family already here in chat. Thanks for popping in. Tesseract Raid. Hi, everybody. Welcome. For those of you... Wahoo! Thanks so much for showing the stream some love. Thanks for mistreating me with your audience. I hope they're happy with what we're doing today. We're playing a game made by the makers of Myst called Abduction. It's a puzzle game. I have no idea where I'm going or what I'm doing, so enjoy the confusion and lost gameplay while I try to figure out what the heck is going on. Also, I'm losing my voice, so we will stream tonight until I have no voice left. My higher tones are already gone, so it's just going to keep reducing down to my lowest, bassiest voice until that's all I have left. Hi, let's do a shout out for Tozo. How was stream? How are you doing tonight? What's good in your hood? Let's do a shout out. Fair warning, my shout out tool goes way back in the Wayback Machine, so you can get some real old shout outs. Oh, yes.
Hey, man.
Oh! Rude. There goes the floor.
I didn't know that was going to happen right out the gate.
Oh, jeez. This game is so unfair.
Why?
The life of playing any Souls-like game. How do we come back from being completely punished for not knowing what we weren't able to know in the first place? Yes, but it's already 10 to 3 and you're only at 3 hours and 20 minutes. I think you would hate tomorrow if you went to 5 hours. Maybe we shouldn't then. Fair warning, the children will be loud and excited. That's probably true. I do want to be awake for them to enjoy Easter stuffs. So, yeah. Until you become an Hans Zimmer soundtrack. If I don't keep drinking water, that may happen. Yeah, my voice will basically like bottom out, and then I'll just be a series of deep and heavy vibrations. I hope I'm making the right choice because I'm leaving that old world behind. And if I take this elevator up, there's no going back to where I just was anytime soon. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to my family of fledglings. What a time. I mean, death is always a time, right? Okay. So we used the elevator. We can always go back. Hey, bug friend. There's lots of bugs here. I think we're supposed to be friendly, me and the bug people. But I also am not 100% sure what me and bug folk are supposed to be doing together. There's no gondola here, and there's no call button to make the gondola arrive. That's a problem. Ooh, these gears are a little bit loud. Why is this age so much louder than the other one? So that's a dead end from here. We could get to here from the other area right now, but nothing doing. Also, there's a bunch more of these buttons. Is this really a puzzle that we're supposed to sit here and solve? Because that's a lot. And I haven't found anything that looks like a legend to help us understand just what the heck you're supposed to do with all of this. I have no idea. We're gonna leave it alone for the time being until we have to figure it out, I suppose. But we do know that we're back in this world again. And I don't think there's anywhere to go from here down where we are. I honestly don't know what my next goal is either. So me kind of exploring all the areas and refreshing my memory about where we are and what we're doing, just kind of exploring the land, is maybe the best thing I can do. Because I might find something I didn't find before, or remind myself what the heck it is that I am doing. Yeah. Comes this good peoples. Ah, excellent. Then I'm happy to have you among my tribe. Any tribe of Twizzlo is a tribe of mine. I don't know if that's accurate, but it sounds really nice to say. Less than 4. Why not? Because why not? I don't know if it's that, but I know there's at least one thing that looks important, but is totally pointless. I think that's the gist of games made by Cyan. They make these worlds. They look very beautiful. There's so many things that look like, oh, I need to get there. Or look at how shiny that is. Or that's interesting. It's probably useful. And then you find out you never touch it. You never access it. There was never anything there to behold, to connect to do in that region. This is where I want to be, is by this tree. But I've been by this tree in a bunch of dead-end ways the whole time I've been in here. So how do we get by this tree, but the right way? Been by this tree the wrong way every time. No, I don't want to get further away. No, I don't want to ride a gondola away from the tree. How do I approach the tree? I need to be on that side of the tree, which seems like an impossibility so far. I appreciate the railings. I've heard some people say that before in my life, but not in relation to this game. No, having something where you can't fall off the edge, that makes sense. Yeah, the lovely thing about this game is no railing areas can also be blocked. I can't run off the edge. These sort of games don't lead you to random deaths for the most part. Cyan games want you to survive and bang your head against the wall 100 times over, not because of death, but because you have no idea what you're doing. All I remember is the last person I spoke to in the game, and I think there's only one person you can speak to, said, "Connect the trees," which I don't know what that means. except that there are trees, and I know they exist, and I know where they are. There's a tree right there. But how to touch it, I don't know. There's another tree we found. Oh, we haven't been down there yet, have we? We've definitely not been down there. So how do you get down there? There's another tree in the Arizona land, and we can't touch that one either. And the other place that we've been to, we haven't even seen their tree. So it's all a big mystery for now. Bang your head against an invisible wall. Oh, I do that in every game. In fact, when we get into deep conversations on the stream, which happens often enough, even about stupid things, we'll make a deep conversation about whatever. I like to like parkour around in the game, and I like to edge test, or whatever you call it, QA the boundaries of the world. So I like smear my character against invisible walls and try to see if I'm able to break the boundaries of the level. Every once in a while, you do find some fun stuff. That's where I need to get. Right in there. Right in there. I don't know how to get down there yet, but I think we have to teleport in through that other little space that we found an Oculus to see, but we just can't get there yet. And so we opened this gate. We did, but you can't actually walk down unless this whole room is oriented to allow us to. So we can't leave this way. We have to find another way to leave. There are a couple other ways to leave. Now I have to remember how to get to them. I'm not sure I remember exactly where to go. So there's just so much world. We haven't even been down there, but that might just be visual. See, that's the thing. There's so much red herring stuff here too. They've built so much world to see, but not touch. You got to be mindful of what all is actual world versus what all is just there for shiggles. This is a place. This is a way we can go up, I think. But I don't remember where this leads to or what this does. All right, all eggs and candy are hidden. Oz, you're a rock star. I'm sure the kiddos are going to be so excited for tomorrow. Once they find out that they have a mission. Right. We've been this way before. We've done this all before. Edge test, if you know what I mean. That's kind of a bummer. To not be able to die, or to have to like bang your head against dead ends. I'm not a puzzle game sort of player, so playing through these games, I think you could just walk through this wall. Playing through these games has been a real stumper for me. I mostly come from a background of first-person shooters and MMOs. So to have to walk through a world where you have to remember things and puzzle through things and orient things in just the right orientation to make them come true, that's very antithetical to the way that I play games. My solution is cast spells or shoot guns and kill things and gain experience or loot and then get better. I don't do other stuff in games, so the whole puzzling thing is just a very different way to view the world. Oh, to have everything closed off by invisible walls. Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. I don't like games where I feel like your character is immobile. I like characters like the Lara Croft, kind of like you can grab onto ledges, you can pull yourself up, you can roll and jump and do weird stuff. And in this game, your character finds like an ankle-high stone, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, the path ahead is impassable. I can't move forward. I can't do the thing. I'm sorry." Okay, so last time we were here, and we've been here before. I didn't think I was going to come back here, but we accidentally got back here. I was trying to get this door open, and I got it to not glow, but the door is still closed. And I think somebody insinuated that if I just fafoed this puzzle, we could make something happen. Because there's very few permutations for this. But I feel kind of icky about brute forcing a puzzle. I don't know. Maybe I just haven't played enough puzzle games. And people who play puzzle games are like, no, fafoing is what you do. You fafo puzzles. That's how you play games like this. Can you pull this out horizontally? The little what do you call these? Little tongues seem to want to do all sorts of fun stuff. Okay, that do a thing. So this is interesting. I tried to cancel this bond and it won't cancel. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. I lied. I was like, oh, it looks like I might have found something that won't resolve on its own. That must be meaningful. No, I'm just bad at the UI. So we're trying all the 2 permutations now, I suppose. We tried all the 1 permutations. It didn't work. Because to me, a game that makes you have to fafo, this isn't a puzzle. This is just a, hey, we're gonna make you waste time until you find the solution. That to me doesn't feel very fair. A 2-foot brook is impassable. Yes. Oh, my feet. They can't get wet. I got this real bad skin condition. And if my feet get moist, then I have to spend 2 hours drying them in the sun before I can walk again. Admittedly, some puzzles must be fafo while others have clues. Yeah, I feel like it's just not... It's not very fun, in my opinion, fafoing. That doesn't seem to do it either. Oh, do I need to be pressing the button up above? How did the last button the last thing I tried open the door? That was just random. Would any pattern have worked? What's that potato fry? I can't believe it. I just filled all 4 bridges. And then I forgot. Oh, yeah, you need to press the button above to commit it. The first time I pressed the button, first time it opened. That makes me wonder if I could have done any pattern and it would have opened. It's fine. Now, how the hell do I get down there again? There's only one way out of here, and that's this one. Even the Wicked Witch of the West isn't stopped by a 2-foot brook. She's not? Can she get that wet? I know it depends if you're reading the book Wicked or if you're reading like the original Oz books. I used to watch your Valyrian language vids. Seriously? How long ago? Are you like an old school fan or did you recently start looking those up? I want to get back to those again. I honestly do. It's just a matter of like finding the time and the return on investment. Like honestly, they took a lot of time to make. And so spending time to make them costs me money. But I don't want to not make more. If that makes sense. I'm excited to finish my project. There were more videos and more lessons I wanted to make. And I want to update some of them. Especially since there's more High Valyrian out there. Crazy to see you're streaming now. Yeah. It's been a hot minute too. Grew my hair out and everything. The world changes. We all grow up and old and learn and grow within it. Anyways, thanks for coming back to my channel. Super appreciate your face. It's hoppable. If she stepped into it, she'd melt. Oh, but hopping over it, it's only 2 feet. Gotcha. I don't know. I'd still be scared. If there was a substance, like let's just say if you're a human being and you're not the Wicked Witch of the West and somebody says, hey, here's a 2-foot wide ribbon of magma. Just hop over it and you're fine. Don't touch the magma or you're going to burn your feet off and maybe die. maybe get lit on fire. And then, oh, feet on my stream. That's dangerous. Get canceled for that shit. Wait, where's the way out of here again? Fuck. There's a way out, normally. I just can't remember what it is. Do we have to do something to this area to make... Oh, do I have to touch this from the other side? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, I probably wouldn't jump over a 2-foot river of lava or magma or whatever. Because I'd be scared. I'd be so scared that I'd mess up. I would get nervous. I would do the wrong thing. I'd slip and I'd fall backwards or something. I'd be inviting my own doom somehow. I think I need to do this from the other side or some. No, maybe you can't. There's got to be a way to get to the other side of this though, right? We did it before. Magma would burn you before you got that close. It's so hot, right? That's true. Does water do that? What if you're in a really humid area as the Wicked Witch of the West? It's just so humid. Oh, you really don't have another way to get... How did I got into this area using this teleporter, I think, nonetheless. And yet, somehow... I'm going to smush against the edge of the rock and hope that it teleports me the right way. There's a way to get through this area to the main map. And then there's another way to get to that area we just opened the door to. But yeah, what if you're in the tropics? There's water in the air. You could be melted by anything. You could be melted by somebody breathing heavily on you. Oh no, I'm stuck in the rock. Wait, really? You can actually teleport in and get trapped? Oh shit. Didn't mean to press that button. I'm super stuck. Please tell me you can get back out. I didn't mean to do this to myself. Mash that button and get out of here. Acid, though, you could hop. Yeah, I'd still be scared about something like acid. Like, imagine the highest... lowest pH? Acid is low pH, right? Lowest pH acid. You're just like... Oh, no! I'm stuck in the rock completely. Oh, tell me there's a way to get out of here. Is there a way to reset my position? Can I load game? Wait, when was this? 3:14. That's right now. Tell me I can do this. Tell me it's not going to load me into the rock. Is there a console command to get me out if I'm like actually stuck in the rock in the save? Ugh. I'm in Washington State, so she can't come here outside of high summer. And even then, she'd have to be carrying an umbrella at all times just in case. Damn. My save is stuck here too, you guys. You swapped and then didn't use the same swapper back, so you're not aligned this time. You swapped and then didn't use the same swapper. I don't understand. If you go back to Farley's house, that passage is passable now. I don't know how to get there. And I also don't know how to get out of this rock. That's the universe telling you to go to bed. No, but I unlocked a new age. Or in the other age that I was trapped behind the door. I have a way to get through now. I have a way to get through. Tell me there's a console command that's like nudge Mistman. Bump out of wall. Teleport to nearest safe area. You'd have to go the long way now. What's the short way just out of this wall? I am trapped in... I cannot move out of this wall now. No matter which way I teleport. Console. I don't have a console key for this game. Were there 2 ways to activate the swapper? I don't know. Are there? If I press this, is there like a button on the backside? I don't want to press the blue button. I just don't want to teleport in the rock that I'm already trapped in. And the game already saved over my last good save spot. Do you mean your character physically? Yeah, I'm physically stuck in this wall right now. This wall right here has me squished. I cannot move my character out of here. I'm trying to run forward. There's nothing. There's no jump button. And I've got no angle of egress. There's no like diagonal. I'm holding like back and to the side, strafing my way out or something. Forward and strafe. Can't do it. I am very trapped right now. What if you turn yourself during the swap? Would that change things according to the game logic? I can give it a shot. You find the oddest bugs. I don't. I was just trying to get into the next world, but you know, not trapped. Please untrap me. I'm holding buttons. I'm looking in a different direction. Son of a bitch. Ironic considering Bug Planet. We are in the Bug Planet. Oh, I hate this game. Okay. New window. Abduction. Oh, I'm typing in QWERTY. I hate this. Abduction. Clipped into world stuck. How to fix being stuck. Yes, please, Steam community. Please, somebody answer this. Put me right back in the bugged area. I changed from free roam to point and click and was able to get back on the path. Let's hope that's the answer. This isn't a game mechanic. It's just a weird boo-boo. Obviously, yeah. Okay, point and click. Cursor mode. Free roam. Point and click. Resume game. All right. Click me out of here. Oh, thank goodness. There is a way to resolve this. Okay, let's go back in. Settings. Free roam. Resume. Oh, my goodness. All right. How do we do this very carefully now so we don't get stuck. How do we get out of this room that we're going to teleport into? Where there's a whip, there's a way. I don't know if you're talking about 1700s U.S. political parties or S&M weapons. When you head upstairs, can you feed the... Can I feel the kitties or feed the kitties? I can try feeling them. I don't know that that's going to really sustain them. Sure. I'll do both. I'll give them pets and food. Sustain them twice. Okay, so we got through this room before without... Thank you, Tro, for the lurk. I'm going to do this so I don't have the back pain from the chair tomorrow. Sounds like a good plan. Return to the King cartoon. That was one of the songs sung by the Orcs of Mordor. Oh, nice. Brutal. Thank you for sustaining them twice. I do what I can. Okay, where's the way out of here? We found it once before. We can find it again. And it was not messing with the teleporter like we just tried. Where's the actual way out of here? It wasn't that sneaky either. I feel like there was a relatively overt way out. I just have to figure out what the heck it was. You pushed yourself against something. Or around some corner. Something. 47 years, ancient this year, so I remember old stuff. Nice. Yes, if you walk all the way back to Farley's house, I don't know how to walk back there. You'll be able to walk through the secret door. The swapping device is covered in rock, but the other one isn't. Gotcha. I need to walk backwards from here to... Well, I don't know how to get to Farley's house from the bug world. Just do what I can. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. We'll just walk until we can't walk anymore. I could have sworn you got from that secret room out of it to Farley's house, though. And I don't remember having rock in the way. That's the annoying part. Wait, I think upwards does not lead you to where I need to be led. Or does it? Maybe up is the right path. But not up here. Or yes, up here. Where does up here lead? I'm trying to remember where all this stuff leads. This is... I don't think it's the way to Farley's. Oh, it leads to a gondola. Maybe this is the right way. Gondola is stuck over here on this side. Bring it over to the other side. Maybe. I don't remember this map at all. It makes you wish there was a remote for the swapper. That would be nice. I don't know if it would solve my problem, though. I super remember getting into that area and walking straight into Farley's home from where I was. So I feel like the swapper is blocking my way now where it used to not. You did, but it's a pair of swappers. While you stand here with this machine, there's another identical one in its position in Hunrath. But why the rock that didn't originally get me stuck last time? And this time it did. That's where I got confused. Okay, so this way can lead me back to Hunrath. I remember finding this path last stream and being so upset because I walked past this 100 times and didn't even see these stairs. It was right here. You walk past this entrance. I walked past this entrance 100 times and missed it. This way leads back to the first way you make it into the age, which is where we need to go. And then we need to find the way to the place where we drop the door. I won't stay up that late. I know tomorrow I've got a lot of stuff to do. You saw it. I saw it. Oz mentioned it. There's lots of things I need to do tomorrow. So let's not completely ruin my day tomorrow. But at the same time, I want to see what's past that door that we just opened. Because the rock is part of this world that comes with the swapper. Yeah. But then it would have come with the swapper the first time I swapped, right? But it didn't, did it? Where's your button? Over here. So if you're in that space, when the swapper you used is here, no rock. Because it's the first time I used it, so there was no rock. I feel like some of the swappers... Are all the swappers virgin before I use them? I haven't actually paid attention. Is that what it is? I swapped over, and there was no rock because it was my first time. But then the second time, it brought the rock back. Is that what it is? Okay, we're here. We need to get back to the other age that we don't know almost anything about yet. Came to this world, swapped them, and voila, open path now because the other one wasn't surrounded by rock. So now that path is open. Interesting. But then you walked away from Farley's house, leaving that backdoor path passable. Interesting. Yeah, confusing. There's 2 swappers in the same location. One is in this world while the other is from that world. I know that part. That's the part I am familiar with. Okay, we came from down there. How do we get to the other age? Here? I wish I had this stuff. I wish I actually mapped all this stuff, but I've been so lazy about getting this stuff actually mapped in. I think we need to go to the hive and then use the other thing from the hive. Or maybe it's through there. It's either from the hive teleport or from this teleport. We're going to find the way over there. I should actually write this stuff down. Oh, sorry, I missed your other chat there a long time ago. Old school, like 2013 or 2014 or something. Nice. I was getting big into Game of Thrones. I was late into Game of Thrones too. I honestly was. I was pretty late into the show. And wanted to learn Valyrian. You want to know something crazy? I don't know if I mentioned this in any of my old videos, but the reason why I started teaching High Valyrian on YouTube is because I wanted to learn High Valyrian, and I went looking online for how to learn the language, and I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it anywhere. All I wanted was somebody to teach me to learn the language, and it wasn't anywhere. And then I was upset that nobody had video tutorials, so I just made them myself. I was like, well, if nobody else is going to teach this language, I'm going to teach this language. And that's how it all started. An active map would be really helpful. That shows you where you are in real time as you move around. That would be really nice. I would probably do a lot better in this game if I just actually used like an active map instead of the stupid, like I keep just trying things and saying to myself, I will remember this path, and then I don't seem to remember this path. Fuck, it's definitely not this way. This is the wrong. We're going off the rails. Where did you find the info? So in order to teach Valyrian, I needed to, one, do some crazy research in the show myself to find all the places where Valyrian was spoken. And then I needed to start doing like web searches to see if anybody was doing, was having conversations about them and what kind of information was being held. And I found some really cool communities online. There's some old forums. I don't think they're being hosted anymore. Some groups of people that were coming together that were really fascinated with the books, not so much the show. And because the show was coming out and these people were already big book fans, they were then trying to say, okay, well, what do we know from the books that we can then apply to what we know from the show? And they were trying to put like little bits of and pieces of clues together. And I just surfed and hunted through all of that stuff until I started to glean some understanding of Valyrian as a language. And then a group of people started to find the maker of the language, David J. Peterson. Like he would post like little tidbits here and there. He'd say something on Twitter. He'd say something here and there, different platforms. And he'd give like a little clue, like, oh, the A changes to you in this particular tense. And I'll say no more. And so he was like deliberately stoking the flames of how do you use this language and make it come true. It was really cool. It felt like you were sort of discovering a puzzle along the way. And I mean, he was deliberately making it into a puzzle. But then I was just, following everybody who was as nerdy as could be and trying to get all of their information together. And then once I got enough of that information into one place, then it was a matter of, I've got the info, but it's like a bunch of raw, useless grammatical data and words. Do I just tell everybody the words of the language and the grammar of the language and that's it? Languages are hard to learn, and a fake language is even harder because there's so few words and there's so few rules. So then I thought, no, really the best way is to like make a curriculum. And so I made a curriculum from scratch. I studied linguistics at university, and I also come from a background in instructional design. So I thought, what's really going to happen here is somebody, and it's pretty much just going to be me, is going to have to go through and create a way so that people can follow a path and slowly learn the components to this language so that they could actually start to parse it for themselves and learn how to make whatever they can. You can't make any sentence out of nowhere because not all the words exist in Valyrian, but do your best based on what you've got. And a lot of people were like, well, I want to make a tattoo, or I want to do a wedding vow or some sort of thing like that. And so they were like trying to use my videos to do the best they could with the grammar that was out there to make those things happen, which was kind of cool. And then I got really disheartened when Duolingo made their own High Valyrian lesson.
Don't panic. This is the best way to keep everyone safe.
Well, I'm super panicking.
Path and cross the first bridge. Then keep going until you get to that sign-in area. You'll get more information after you sign in.
That made me panic.
Don't panic. This is the best way to keep everyone safe. Just stay on this path and cross the first bridge. Then keep going until you get to that sign-in area. You'll get more information after you sign in.
Yeah, hearing her voice out of like absolutely nowhere, I freaked the fuck out. I was like, who's talking to me right now? Okay, yeah. I still find it funny that being a Klingon translator is a paid job for court. Yeah, but how many gigs do you actually get? Because a translator job in court is a 1099 contract worker. So you only translate in Klingon when a client says, I want a translator and I'm going to speak in Klingon. So, like, will people give you work? Somebody might at some point, but you gotta wait for it. Gigs are probably pretty far and few between. The most terrifying words to hear are "don't panic." Honestly, that freaked me the fuck out. That's super interesting. Thank you. Yeah. Basically, it just came from one, having a love of languages, two, people twisting my arm to actually get me to watch Game of Thrones late. I watched it late. It was already a phenomenon by the time I finally jumped on the scene. And then like trying to fill a hole in the internet. I was like, why is nobody in the there's no websites, there's no guides for anything that give a real way to teach this language. And I don't know that I needed to make a curriculum. I just wanted to. Apparently, a lot of people liked it. And so now, and what's surprising to me, there's a Discord server and everything for people who are interested in languages of A Song of Ice and Fire. And the general rule, from what I hear of people who are associated with that community, is they say if you want to learn High Valyrian, start the Duolingo lessons and watch my videos both. It's like a two-pronged attack. And I'm flattered. I'm humbled. It's wild to me. I thought Duolingo was going to do my job, the rest of my job for me, and I wasn't going to have a career in teaching this fantasy language. But to hear that people say, no, Duolingo's only half the battle. You have to have these videos as well. That feels pretty good. It means that I taught something in a way that a big company that throws a shit ton of money into teaching people languages that they couldn't figure out how to do that I did. It's kind of cool. Yeah. I didn't expect to find another transporter, but I kind of want to use it. Because I feel like we're trapped until we can get down there and fix the bridge or something. Also, I have no idea where this is going to lead us. Translators are still a thing. They are. And the reason why they are is because courts need fast and accurate. And you cannot use dictation translation and make it be as fast and accurate as a court might desire. In fact, I recently watched a court proceeding because this used to be my world. This was my day job when I had a day job before I was just doing full-time content creation. Where the fuck am I? How did I get here? Is this not where I just was with the previous... Wait, that one's right there. Wait, what the heck? I'm so confused right now. They're right next door to each other. Do I... Oh, shit. Some people are on ad break now. Do I want this to happen? Maybe. Do I want to go back to this one again? And now is there something new over there, like a bridge, where this one is a broken bridge? That feels right. God, this is going to keep me up too late. I'll keep this up, but not too long. And we'll finish the story on teaching languages. It seems like one job completely doomed by AI. So I watched this court proceeding, and the judge, the attorneys, and the defendant and plaintiff, they were all in person in the courtroom, but the translator was remote. And when the translator was trying to do their job remotely, there was lag. Like, they were sitting and listening to what somebody was saying, and then they kind of wait for the person to be completely done, and then there's like a couple seconds where either they were thinking or there was lag or whatever, and then they did the translation, and everything just felt like a little bit slower than in-person translation work. And the judge, what's the word? Put the whole trial on hiatus and said, no, this isn't happening until we get an in-person translator. We're not doing this remote. Remote does not work for me. That was it. Please don't say don't panic. Go away. I don't want to hear it. Oof. So it's like AI will probably catch up at some point. It's probably a job that's getting close to being doomed, but it's not quite there yet. You know what I mean? We're not quite to the point where we've replaced those people. So that means you could get paid for translating that language if anyone is using it to avoid criminal charges. Yeah, if somebody really wanted to assert like, hey, I literally will only speak High Valyrian in court. It's my family language. It's the language that I will speak to anybody that's important, and I don't know any other language well enough to use that. Could you assert that you needed a High Valyrian translator, and could I step in and do that? Perhaps. I'm not going to hold my breath and expect that that's going to be any form of reasonable money to work with. That's really cool. I definitely remember your vids being hella informative. Thank you. I mean, yeah, I personally have studied 12 different languages now to varying degrees. Some I've gone deeper down the rabbit hole, and other ones I've just had like a smattering of information. And I'm not counting languages where I've just learned like a grouping of words for funsies. Like, I spent a season of my life learning Farsi, but I really only learned like 20 coined phrases. So I wouldn't say like I studied that language. You know what I mean? I wasn't learning like how to pronounce the letters and the sounds and how to use grammar and all that sort of thing. Oh yeah. So this swapper is gone. We can't use it while it's gone, but now there's a bridge here. Good shit. That was important to do. So I get it. I'm starting to get it, I think. The swapper moves with you. I always thought the swapper was in one place and the other place always. It was waiting for you in both worlds, and you could always use it in both worlds. And now I'm realizing that is not the case. That's pretty. I wish you could just jump in. But yeah, I had a cat that tried to jump on algae once and jumped right into the water in a pond. She was not happy. She jumped right back out, really upset, and covered in algae. Yeah, all the study of different languages, I feel like I know where a language is frustrating to learn, and that there's certain things that verbs do or nouns do, and it's just annoying. Or it's not hard, but it sucks. Like it's lame to learn, and so it's not fun. And so if you can put some sort of veneer or twist on it, or just do something so it's a little more gamified or cute or whatever. Because some things about language are honestly like they're just tedious. And so learning in a fun way is about the best you can do. Without the fun, then it's just work. And if you make a fake language just work, it's even worse, right? Because it's like, why am I learning this? If it's a fake language in the first place, if it's fantasy, then what's the point in me laboriously going through unfun, dry lessons that I hate? And at the end, who am I going to use this with? How many people I'm going to speak this language with? So it's got to be fun.
You are my dad. You're my dad.
Nice.
Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Do you want to take a break and take Tiny to the bathroom before she pees the bed, or should I do it? I could take a break. I'll catch up with chat, and then I'll go take the Tiny to take a quick pee break and get rid of this. Plus, it would be horribly unethical to condemn someone to prison because Google Translate screwed something up. This is very true. Yeah. And so when you do use a court-appointed translator, they have to be licensed, and the licensing does create some sort of responsibility that their translations are going to be accurate enough that they're going to be put on court record, and that's going to be that person's words exactly. And if they're found to not be, that person can be held in contempt, and they can pay massive fines for obstruction of justice or, mistrial or whatever. It could be really bad. So you really need to know your language way the hell great and be, highest levels of certification in order to do that kind of a job. What changed in the other location if you use the other one? I have no idea. I'm not paying enough attention because I only recently learned that, wait, did I lower the barrier on this world? That's a big no. So this will be a teleport. Also, what the hell? The world outside of here is so different. Really interesting. What a curious planet this planet has been ported into. Yeah, I only recently figured out that the swappers are there's just one that goes back and forth and not a pair that are linked. I'll be real, I was pretty bad at learning Valerian and never got that far. I mean, here's the thing. It's not a highly fleshed out language, although House of Dragon definitely made it more so. So, you got farther than you think, I think. There's more to the language than you might expect. Oh, this is freaking beautiful. Oh, this is going to make me stay up way later and just keep wanting to play. I'm going to catch up with chat. I'm going to pause here and catch up with chat, and then I might end before I get onto the skiff because fuck, this world is opening up to way more complexity all of a sudden, and I suddenly want to do so much more than I should be doing tonight. Damn, this is so cool. I love this age a lot more than I did initially. All of a sudden. There's sometimes are a linked pair. Oh, that's super frustrating to hear. But they still pull real estate with them. Oh my god. I think daor, that's one word. Yeah. Daor means not, right? Or negation of sorts. Yeah. It works like niet in Russian, or wait, what's the Swedish equivalent? This music is tripping me out. Inte in Swedish would be another good example. Comes after the verb. Like, I don't know is Yavet. I know. Inta. I know not. You need to attend to the little one. Yes, yes. Let me pause and go take care of the little one. Be right back. It's backwards. Of course it is. But it says brighter days ahead. I feel like that's my mom. It definitely got me through since I've gotten the water bottle till today. And I think it's going to continue to get me through 2024. Just those words. Just those words from a couple kids giving me a bright pink. Of course I can't move forward. Like, I get frustrated at how many things don't open. Jeez. I have the soles of my feet have goosebumps right now. And of course the door that was locked now just opened. Oh my god. It's not around anymore, and I am your ghost host with the most, Damien Halme. Welcome. I'm a variety streamer, disruptor of the status quo and reprogrammer of your mind. Breaker of your ruts. Filler? I fill your ruts? Oh no, let's not. Let's not say that one. Oh, jeez. Stupid long lob.
Oh no.
Nuts got me.
What?
You heard what he said.
Long lob nuts.
Sure. Okay.
I want to walk into your restroom and feel like it smells and looks so clean. I want it to feel like I just broke the seal on a brand new room. I'm like playing Betrayal in the House on the Hill, and I've opened the door to a brand new room tile. I want to feel like I'm breaking the hymen on the restroom. It's so virgin and fresh. Please don't clip that. Really. But no. Because Escher says no, I cannot go in. The night, that's like, you know, they're enriching themselves in some way. It's like they're also
giving up sleep.
Yeah, they're also harming themselves in their personal development. It's not great. I could think of better things that they could be doing at this time, at this hour, like sleeping. Accident says, when I was on food stamps, I had to stick to a budget of $11 a day to feed me and my daughter. Yikes.
I'm a former Sue.
Former Sue?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Former head chef.
I'm Yeti.
I'm Yeti.
Together, rub them until you get some friction, and then talk about one topic or another. Where are we exactly in roads? Okay. I really don't like how many blips are on the screen. It does make it really hard to see.
No, thank
Maybe we
you.
should
I'm afraid
toggle
I'm actually
blips
on the job right now.
back off. What? Somebody said oh, no. Wait, what's going on? Who's this guy? Who is this guy?
Fuck.
Just save again. I feel like it. Oh, we can't. Okay. Good thing we saved before we got here. Although I'd hate to watch that whole cutscene again. I just want to be let out. I remember this area and I just want to be let out of the cage. Coming out of my cage and well, I'm not coming out of my cage. That's the problem. Okay. Well, I think there's only one thing to do while you're in here, and that's we're about to start explaining.
You're my dad.
A double whammy. they both came at the same time. 给你们1分钟，好吧？所以我觉得，所以那些地方有多多的亭子地方有门可以开。如果你开门，然后门后面有一个厅房间或者一个人道，我真的先不喜欢了。第一 Driven 我真的不喜欢。然后他们在这个新的办法做通秘密的地方，你开一扇门，然后你再多一个地方你可以找，真的不喜欢，太无聊了。但是 Nope.
Let me go talk to her. I still see.
All right. Well, that was a good time. I'm going to go back into the game so I have some background music to end stream to. It's one of the few places in the game where there is a consistent background music, albeit a little bit haunting. I can't wait to see what this new area has to offer. It's unfortunately so enticing, and so if you too are excited to see what happens next in this area that we just recently unlocked, please join me. Thank you,
Thanks for
Jen.
the streams this week, Damien.
Appreciate your face. Thank you so much, Jams. We are going back to this world and the new stuff that we've unlocked exactly 1 week from today. I stream Fridays and Saturdays starting at 10 p.m. Eastern when I start on time, and 7 p.m. Pacific when I start on time. So yeah, definitely catch the streams that we've been doing. I feel like these games that we're playing right now are both really high quality. Abduction can be a little bit frustrating when we get stuck, but the epiphanies feel pretty good when we get to them. In Stars in Time is not made of epiphanies, but it is made of a lot of dialogue. It's a very heavy dialogue game. The characters are all talking to each other all the time. There's narration on top of that, and it's just there's a lot for me to read and say, but it's also a really fascinating game. The gimmicks in the game are really interesting. The world build is pretty good. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. And I'm falling in love with it the more we play. So also in Stars in Time has been really good. Yeah, definitely. Join me Fridays and Saturdays because they're both really great games, even if they're not that well known. I don't think a lot of people know either games, but the cult followings and the recommendations that you all have given me to play these games, I'm really super appreciative of. Not popular, not a big deal. Cool games, fun stories, great times, and just great chats with you all. That's what I'm here for, and I super appreciate that. Thanks for giving me the confidence and the courage and the community. Oh, that's all these C words that have inspired us to go full-time content creation. And we look forward to giving you so much more with this year. There's lots of cool stuff in the pipeline that we're just trying to find the resources and time to make happen. So yeah, we look forward to giving you more and more the good stuff and making this endeavor as big and fruitful and important to the rest of the world as we possibly can. So with your help, your likes, subscribes, follows, reposts, comments on everything that we do, we hope we can find more and more of our tribe, and then we find enough of you folks that we don't need to ask for stuff, handouts to help us make it through year to year, but that we actually make it through just like ad revenue and, you know, enough following. If we get enough people on board in tribe, then our work is done. It will require a lot, but I think we can do it. Yeah. All right. If you've been watching on any other platform besides the purple one, we're going to say goodnight to you now. catch me again on next Friday. Go find my Discord server if you know how to cyberstalk. You just go to DamienHalme.com and you can find everything you need to there, and go bother me either in Discord or in DMs or emails or whatever in the meantime, so I'm not so lonely between this stream and next one. Just kidding. Many of you do this already, so appreciate your faces for being active communicators. All right. If you're not on the purple stream and your stream is ending right now, if you are safe, fed, and loved, please make sure someone out there is too. And I'll see you in the next one. Ciao.